Hello YouTube, welcome to my channel and let's learn Python. I'm extremely excited about this playlist because Python is absolutely awesome, one of the best programming languages out there. Not because it's easy, but because it will help you to get the actual job done. Now check this official marketing message here. Python is programming language that lets you work quickly, okay, important stuff, quickly, and integrate system more effectively. That means that you can grab things from other programming languages, from other programs like reports, and then include it into Python. Now I also have a couple of questions that I want to talk about, and let's go slowly. So why Python is great now? For a very simple reason. It's almost 3 decades old, and that's in very long period in IT. That means that a lot of errors from earlier versions are corrected. So we have polished Python 3.8 version right now. So check this out from official wiki page. First appeared 29 years ago, and that is extreme period in IT. So check this also down there. It's influenced by some of the most important programming languages, and if you care about computer history, you will remember these things: ABC, ALGOL, and of course we don't need to even mention C and C++, Haskell, excellent stuff, Icon, Java, and Lisp. I mean, when you combine C++ with Java and Lisp, I mean, good stuff from it, Perl, then you can be sure that you will get really awesome programming languages. And what's the proof? The proof is, check these programs and programs and projects that are based on Python. Really awesome stuff here. So that was like a first not language, but question. 2.7 or 3.8 version, see, 3.8 right now is actual. So forget about 2.7, and some people will say, oh my god, how can you say something like that? A lot of people use 2.7. Well, true, you know, but a lot of people use COBOL on mainframes, but also mainframes these days use Perl, Python, and Java and other languages. So because something is old, it's proven. That doesn't mean that you need to use it when you have new version 3.8 right now. And probably if you are watching this sometime after I have recorded this, there will be version 3.9 or 4, or I don't know. So why can I state this? Because let me the Python 2 language, the Python 2.7x is sunsetting on January 1st, 2020, and the Python team of volunteers will not fix security issues or improve in other ways after that date. So forget about Python 2.7. Yes, you can do stuff in it, but just forget it and go with 3.x version. And what's the next question? Is Python worth learning? The Python will be, and right now is, I think the most popular programming language on YouTube when you grab some statistic from websites and so on. The reason is the people finally realize that you don't need to spend 4 or 6 years at universities to create a really simple, I don't know, hello world application. Look, C++ languages, they're extremely useful, but they are for specific niche, okay? And you need to invest a lot of time in them. With Python, you can start producing useful applications for your job, even if you're not professional programmer, in a week. Even if you're a beginner, in a week you can start creating graphical interfaces. Also, some people will say, well, then you will not be in-depth kind of programmer. Look, you will get that experience, but you also need to feel good when you're learning something. And if you're gonna learn programming, and programming is hard, it is hard, then at least then you need to use some really nice programming language, something that is actually like a it's like a part of you. It's not foreign stuff like something that is hard. It will become like your second nature. So yes, Python is worth learning, even if you are not professional programmer, if you don't want to do any kind of application development for external clients, if you just want to be expert in your field, if you want to create some electronic calculations, accounting stuff, even some games for you, just for you, because you like it. If you're working in an office, if you're some kind of clerk, I don't know, but Python will get the job done in a very short period of time. So don't even question, is it nice to learn Python? I also will say that while learning Python, sooner or later you will end up learning databases like MySQL. And when you connect Python with databases, you can do anything business related, either if you're working for yourself or for other people. I mean, your mind will expand. What was the term in English? Not expired, but you know, it will become a lot larger. I don't know what's the correct term. I'm not a native English speaker, so sorry about that. But is it worth? Yes. So definitely stick with it. Now, is Python easy? Some people will say, oh yeah, Python is easy. Look, don't listen to them. Programming is hard, and Python is seriously industry-proven programming language you can do wonders with. So it is money-making, industry-proven stuff. And Python is hard, but language of Python is close to English, so you will be able to easily understand it. Programming is hard, but learning Python, because of what Python is, how it is constructed, the syntax is easy to human brain to understand. So if they say, oh, Python is easy, just, you know, don't listen to them, they don't know what they are talking about. Now, how much time to learn basics? Well, in my opinion, if you follow my tutorials, and there will be around 40 plus basic tutorials, and after that you go through a couple of my examples that I have in a Python dedicated playlist on my channel, in 1 week definitely, and definitely, I mean not definitely, but in 1 month you will definitely know what do you want next from Python. You will have crystallized that image what you want to do. Do you want to go to web development with Python, because you can do that, or you want to stick into some simple games, or you want to create a hotel system, you know, where tourists can go and they check themselves or something, or accounting applications. I don't know. Look, it's not important. After 1 month you will be able to decide intelligently what you want to do, and Python will provide you options to get things done. Now, where to learn Python? Look, don't pay for basic courses. Pay for advanced stuff, because you can learn stuff for beginners from my tutorials, and there is also plenty of other people on YouTube and on the internet creating tutorials for Python and other languages. So learn basic stuff in your home, and then when you put on paper what you want to do, then go to that advanced courses that you need to pay. Python future, don't even think about that. By my, well, not calculations, but subjective opinion, but still, in the future there will be place for programming languages that will help you to do something in a relatively short period of time, and that thing need to be useful for other people. So the C++, Python, JavaScript, MySQL, and other databases, PHP, and frameworks like Django and Laravel, that will be the future. Okay, now there is plenty of other languages and frameworks, but Python will be, in my subjective opinion, at the top in the next 5 years. You don't need to trust me, just look into statistics. Okay, Python jobs, look, a lot of people are getting themselves into programming because of they want to have money, they want to have jobs. But why do you want to use your brain to work for other people when you can sit in your home and create jobs and money for other people, thus creating money for you? So maybe you will create some really nice website or some really nice application or new Google or GitHub or whatever. So sure, you can work for other people, but why? I mean, if you're gonna invest some serious time and brain power, then at least you can start working on your own startup. What you can do in Python? Okay, so we are close to 10 minutes, so I will just tell you from where is it? Just a second. What you can do. Just let me just briefly point to some list here. Okay, graphical interfaces, Tkinter, and some other complicated interfaces to develop graphical stuff. So you can turn any your command line application into application with graphical interface, and a lot of people like to use mouse, and they don't wanna type into terminal or command prompt. You can do that for yourself in the command prompt, but a lot of people like icons and so on. Web frameworks, Django, absolutely magnificent stuff. And if someone gets the idea, gets the product, how to turn Django not just into Python stuff, but into PHP stuff. Like when Django produces PHP code, that company will start making some serious income. So some people will say, well, why, when you have a Django? Well, why not? If someone get this idea into reality, man, this will be big, because PHP hosting is relatively easier and cheaper than deploying a Python application, but you will learn that over time. Multimedia, databases, networking, absolutely magnificent stuff. Security, most of the security experts use C, C++, and Python combined, and they're like top of the line people. They can do wonders. Test frameworks, automation, blah, blah. Yeah, web scraping, Beautiful Soap, and all those additional applications based on Python and the packages and so on. You can do wonders, like grabbing the whole dynamic website out there into your local host. I'm not talking about static website. I'm talking about grabbing the whole databases. So how legal is that? You need to figure it out on your own. Documentation, system administration. Right now, Python is that Perl was like 2 decades ago. Absolutely awesome. Scientific computing, like finance and statistic and chemical research, bioresearch, so on. Text processing, regular expressions, awesome. Image processing. I mean, you can automatize so many stuff. I don't want to even go there. I can talk for days. So standard libraries and pip. Now, standard libraries. Let's just go briefly what we have here. This is basic stuff. So we have text processing capabilities, numeric and mathematical modules, file and directory access. So if you work with different systems, it will be really easy to get and grab what you need. Data compression and archiving in the box. File format, cryptographic services, that's really important if you're doing some custom stuff. Generic operation system services. I mean, just go into any of these modules, click here, and you will see what I'm talking about. Okay, next thing, pip, PIP. What that means? That means that it is a package manager which will help you to, in a one line, grab additional things that are important for development of your applications, like additional packages, sub-applications. Yeah, I'm using that term, but whatever. How easy is that? You will just open terminal or command prompt and you will type pip install and, for example, Django, and that's it. That's it. No customization. You will just type that thing and you will get it into your system. Right, let's go to installation. Well, actually, I'm into 14 minutes of tutorial, so I will leave that for a next tutorial. Yeah, so I will cut here and render, and just go here to download section, and based on your system, grab a Python version. I will grab the latest version, 3.7.4, and I definitely advise you to do the same thing. Just security note, use python.org and don't use torrents like other people's CDs, DVDs, some images you get from somewhere, some FTP servers. Don't use them for security reasons. You can easily get Trojan horses as a present. So official website, click on download Python and see you in the next time where we will install Python and set it for our first use. Thank you for watching. Sorry for me being this long, but I'm really excited, so see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's go with the Python installation. I have my file on a desktop, and your file is probably where you have, of course, download that set of file. So it depends about your browser, about your settings. Right, so let's just double click on thing and let's answer a couple of questions. Don't click anything here. Now, don't click install now, because then Python will be installed into this long path, and I want you to use command prompt, to use terminal basically if you're on Linux. So what we need, because we are on Windows, is to use just this folder, and I will install Python into root of my hard drive because it's easier to type. So we need to choose custom installation after I click this thing here, add Python 3.7 to path. That means that basically you will be able to run Python script anywhere in your system with double clicking. Right, customize installation. Documentation, we need that. Pip is an install manager. We will use it to really in a couple of seconds grab all additional things we need, like Django. So we will just type pip install Django and we will get it. So definitely click pip, check pip. TK and idle. Okay, TK means tkinter. That means that with Python you will be able out of the box to develop graphical interfaces if you need it, if you like it. Right. Idle, that, or idle, it depends. That means that with Python you will not just get programming language, you will also get by default editor, integrated development environment. So definitely check that. Or you can also check Python test suite, that's fine. PyLauncher for all users, that's what we need a little bit later, in the next screen, you will see. So check everything. Next, install for all users. I will click that. Why not? The only user of the system, but who cares? Maybe I will create a couple of accounts. So install for all user is fine. These two things unchecked here. That's cool. We will also add Python to environmental variables. As I said, that will be cool to double click our script and the thing will just run. Shortcut, that's also fine. Now, see this custom path for installation. To save ourselves a little bit of time, I will just install into Python 37. Okay, this middle line 32, that means just 32-bit version. So Python 37 is just cool for us because we are kind of beginners. We are just saving ourselves a little bit of time when typing. So install, yes, and now the thing will be pretty much the thing will be done not in a split of a second, but in a very short period of time. Maybe I will cut this video to save ourselves a couple of seconds. We will see. So let's just watch what's gonna happen. Okay, we are very close to finish this level of installation. Let's see what's gonna be. Setup was successful. That's nice. So you can read this, but I will just save ourselves a little bit of time and click on close. Right, so you have your Python. Okay, let's remove this right here. The next thing you need to do is go to start menu, basically lower left corner, click on start, or this Windows lower left corner, and go to all applications basically, and see here we have idle, Python idle. So when we click here we will get ourselves into Python shell, Python environment. But before doing that, when you click here you will get all necessary manuals if you lost your, for example, internet connection, if you want to cut yourself from external world and dedicate yourself to learning Python. This is really a good option, because you can just lock yourself from an environment, close yourself in a room or whatever, and go through this if you have time and that amount of dedication. But the most people will just use internet interchangeably, so that's also fine. But it is good to know that if you need documentation, you have it right here. That's one option. Another option is click on a Python 3.7 module docs. Okay, now that means that you will run server. Actually, see, you're running server, you're transferring your local host into HTTP server, into web server. So every time when you want to get additional documentation through this server option, you'll just find what you need. For example, let me just find FTP lib for working with FTP protocol. You will click on it and you will get that simplified documentation. I really like this option. Now, don't try to memorize these things, don't try to get into depths here. We are just beginners, and this is just for you to know that you can get into local server if you need it. Right, so that's just, you know, to know that you have it. Okay, now next thing, let's go out from the browser, so that's cool. The next thing, let's run Python. So idle, and in a split of a second we have Python working environment, basically Python shell. See, Python 3.7 shell. So let me just arrange this into half of a screen, and there is a good reason why. Now, there is two options in Python. Either you will type your commands here, and that is advised if you are testing a couple of lines of commands or of text or functions. But when you go to the to big scripts, you wanna have editor, real editor, and you will do that by clicking File, New File, and then you are inside of your editor. So let me arrange that a little bit here. Now the reason because I'm doing this is first we will run our command in the left side, and then we'll go and save our Python script on the right side. So how to print something, how to issue commands to Python directly into shell. You will just type it here. For example, print is a Python command, Python function that will print something which is inside of brackets. So every time when you are printing some string, which is a bunch of text, you will enclose that into brackets and these single or double quotes. So if you type this, when you press enter, you will have that result right here. Now obviously you will not see this like a print and bracket and quote. This is command that is ordered to Python to be executed, and this is result. So following that logic, which is really simple, and again you don't need to memorize these things, okay? Following that logic, see this command here. So type help when you wanna help, general help, or type copyright for additional information, or type credits to see who is basically in charge here. Credits. Now there is a difference between typing these commands, pure commands, and commands with empty brackets. This is just simple command, and this is a function, actual useful function. And the reason we have these brackets here is that over time you will learn how to pass things inside of these brackets, and based on these things something will be done. So these are like parameters, attributes that we are going to send to our function, and this is a function which is basically part of program, and then that things will be executed. Something will be done on things that are inside of these brackets. Right, so this is the way how you will issue commands inside of your Python shell. But this is the simplest possible way when you have couple of lines. But what if you need more lines? So what to do then? Okay, just in your editor type this, print, which is absolutely same command, and then following same logic, open brackets, and then inside of quotes, because we are working with strings, and strings are just a bunch of text. Just type something. And now we will save our first Python script. So, File, Save As, and then inside of Python 37 folder, which is our folder where we have installed Python, we will save that our script, which will be like a test. Now, this is important. We have option save as type Python files, but you will often create that error saving that as a, well, how to explain this? Just click here or on all files, and then you will be able to see everything in your folder. And here type dot and py. This means that you are saving definitely as a Python script with .py extension. This is important when you are double clicking things that are in your system. So when there is a py here, that means that Python will be used to run this pile of text which is in this script. So save, and see, we have that Python coloring, syntax highlighting. So how to run these things? There is two options. The one is click here on a run and go to run module, and then here in your Python shell you will see results. So that's totally fine, that's cool, that's how we will do stuff. And this is easy way to run stuff, but it's because it's easy. How to explain this to you? You don't have that much power. So we will learn how to get ourselves into DOS and how to run Python scripts from DOS. Now, because we are already in 30 minutes of our tutorial, let's just do something funny here. Let's copy this a couple of times, and let's just change text here into something else, just for you to grasp that you can, you know, do something and that you cannot broke anything. So even if you mess something up, it's not critical. You can fix these things. So let's save file, save our script, and let's go to run and run module, or you can press F5 on a keyboard, and your module, which is basically the term for Python script, will be executed. So run module, see results, and let's press F5, see results. Anyway, a relatively longer tutorial than I thought. Thank you for watching. See you in the next tutorial where we will learn how to run this script through DOS, and that is critical. That is very, very important to understand, because then you will upgrade yourself, if you're a complete beginner, to a new level of understanding how to run not just Python but many other scripts and applications. It's not important if they are C, C++, Python, Perl, who cares? They will learn how to do things into DOS. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna shut up and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. Before landing into command prompt, which is objective of this tutorial, let's talk in a split of a second about errors. This is error, and you will recognize it because it's a simplified. It will be in basically 4 lines of code or more. It will be read and it will be activated if you typed some kind of nonsense that Python cannot understand, which is good. That means that you can fix things. See? Gibberish. So every time when you create gibberish error, you will get that red information. Don't be scared. This is good. Python is informing you that you need to fix things. Now, there are nasty errors where you will type something that will work, but the result will not be correct. So this is not error on a part of Python. This is error in your algorithm, in your judgment basically. But you will learn that over time. Now, what if you don't have these, if you don't like this font, maybe you want to have bigger font or a nicer font, so you can customize your IDLE, your working environment. If you go to options and then configure IDLE, And see, you can choose some font face that you like. An important thing here is size for people who doesn't see that well, and often after a couple of years in IT or in some office jobs, yeah, your eyes will be first on a line of attack. So anyway, font size, you can set it here. Now, Python standard, don't spacing, don't change these things because Python is language where indentation means a lot. So it is not like C++ where you can type your source code all over the place. In a Python you need, and you will learn how to do that, you need to indent your code after some other code for 4 spaces, which is one tab by default right now in default idle. So don't change these things right here. 4 is cool. Mess around with font size, but don't change indentation. It is crucial, it's important. Right, so that was like a kind of introduction or theory, whatever. Next thing, let's go into DOS, because we want to learn how to run through DOS this application, which will give us a feeling that we are doing something important. And our first applications, first couple of hundreds of them, will be totally done in a terminal, in command prompt. And later, as you advance, as you learn more, you will want to create graphical interfaces. So, what you need to do is go to, you can just go to search loop here. What is the term in English? Just type in the lower left corner when you can type command, okay, or CMD, and you will land into same space. So command prompt, and here you are into basically, it's not DOS, but it is DOS emulation, right? The reason because we are here is I want you to drop this Python shell, because it's not useful for us right now. We will start creating bigger script with a lot of lines. So let's just drop it. Okay, let's reposition this editor right here. Okay, and now we will position our DOS terminal command prompt here on the right side. Okay. Now, if your font is small, then you can right-click here at the command prompt, this white line. You can go to properties, and you can check, for example, in a font size, you can check something like 20 or something like that. But yeah, let's actually do that. Let's hire that up. Layout, that's fine. Colors, you can also change that, but it's not necessary. Let's go to 24. Yeah, that's cool. So let me resize this a bit. Okay. Right, something like that. So, first thing first, classical DOS command, how to clear screen, how to remove these things. Just type CLS and enter, and you have cleared screen, you are good to go. Right, so test.py is a name of our script which is inside of Python 37 directory or folder. So how to reposition yourself into that directory? You will type in the command prompt cd ... meaning you want to go back one level. See, user is gone, so that was directory. Now, because Python is in root, we also need to go one level back more. So cd again ... enter, and now we are in root. How I know that? Let's list stuff. The error, like listing directories, list stuff, enter, and if you with Windows Explorer go to, well, you can go into my PC, but you can in yours, you will see the same stuff here. And see, we have Python 37 directory. That's what we need. This Python 3732 is my installation from before, so I will remove that in next tutorial, but what we need is a Python 37. Question: how to get there in that directory? Because you see, it is directory. You will again use cd change directory, that's command, and then Python. You just type that directory, Python 37, enter, and there you go. Now we are in that level. So let's clear screen again because I don't want to see this anymore. TLS, enter, and here we are. Next question: how to list everything here? Again, we will type dir. It's universal command in DOS, in command prompt on Windows. If you're on Linux, of course, you will use ls. Enter, and this is the thing we have in our Python directory, Python 37. So, see, where is it? Test.py. This is what we need to run. Test.py, we have that in editor. So, how to run that script into DOS? You will type this, Python, because this is name of our application. Where is it? It's right here. Python dot how to say this in English? Exe or exe? I don't know. I'll just say Python. So Python space and then test.py. So left side Python without exe. So just Python space and name sorry, name of your application, which is test.py. So when you type enter, there you go, you have the same result like we have it here. Of course you can run it from here, but and there you go, in the next shell it will be done. Now the reason, because I'm using command prompt and I always insist on this, you will get that feeling that you're working on something meaningful, something serious, because it's really easy just to go run module, F5, F5. When you see errors and when you see that black screen with white text, you will have that sense of, well, not danger, but sense of seriousness, because maybe you are playing right now and that's fine, but what if you start typing scripts which will, for example, delete something on your system? That means that you need to be serious and test on small number of, for example, folders or files before sending that script to your friends to test it, so you can say you can improve it in this way or another, and so on. So once more time, CLS, clear screen, and Python. So you don't need to type Python 37. This is application and this is folder, and test.py, and there you go. So this test.py is a, well, generic name and stupid name, so I will just rename this or save it under another name, file, save as, and let's just say stuff. My stuff dot py, and I will click here on all files, because now you need to pay attention that you're using .py extension, save, and now when we list things there, see, there is my stuff in a listing, and let's run it, which is the same thing, Python my stuff.py, don't forget extension, Python extension, enter, and there you go, same results. So I will try to keep these tutorials shorter than 10 minutes, so I will see how much successful I will be. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting this subscription, sorry for my fast talking, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about discipline and Python syntax. Now before doing that, let's clear screen, CLS, and let's remove these 4 lines because I don't want to confuse you yet. Right, the program will of course work, we'll just print that something. Now question, every time when you see this specific color here, okay, this one, that means that you are using function, which is either defined by default in Python or it's created by you or someone else, because of course you can get some source code from internet from other people. But the moment when you messed something up when you try to use the function that is not defined, you will get yourself into error. Let's run our code. See, name print is not defined, and of course there is no such thing in a default Python. So it's important to note, when you see this color, there is that kind of function in Python, or it's done by you or someone else. Now this is a color for string, and string is just a pile of text that you are passing to, in this case, print function. But what is the difference between this something and something without quotes? So if you try to execute this code, you will get error, name something is not defined, because right now this is not string anymore. This is now name for something else, which is expected to be defined somewhere else in our editor. And let's actually do that. So the technical name for this is variable, and we will talk about variables in detail, but I want you to just see how this works in the most simplest possible way. So something right now is just a handler for something else. So something, oops, not here, sorry. Something equals, and now we will define some string here. So what that means, that this string will be imported, will be passed to function through intermediary, which is something like a name. I mean, you can of course use name here. Right, it's totally not important. So this is just a handle for actual useful content. So let me prove that. Let's just type, run it, and there you go, some string here. So this is kind of helping hand, grabbing actual things from somewhere in memory. Right. So let's go to normal operation. I don't want to confuse you yet. Like something. Right, let's run it to test it again. Cool, works. Now, in Python is such a language, and most languages are that when you're passing something to function, you will use these normal kind of brackets. So forget about using Python function like this or like this. No, you will not do that like this. Use normal brackets. The next question, can you have space between a function and the first bracket, left one? Okay, let's have one space, just a space, not a tab, and let's test stuff. It will work. Let's have a couple of more individual spaces. Oops, not B. Let's run our stuff. See, it will work, but in code it's ugly. In the result it's fine, but in code is cryptic, it's ugly. So that was for unique individual spaces. Let me clear screen, CLS. Right. Can you have tab? And tab is 4 spaces, and that was defined into configuration. See, Python standard 4 spaces, but don't change that. So will that work? It will work. Can you have multiple tabs? It will work, but again it's ugly. So don't use spaces and tabs between name of the function and first bracket. Now, interesting thing, what will happen if you set space or tab here, okay, and also here after quote? Will that work? And let's actually have a couple of them. Okay, let's run our stuff. It will work, but don't do that again, it's ugly. But now we have interesting stuff. Check this out. If you put space into quotes or even tab right here at the end, like 4 spaces, oops, just a second, or any amount of spaces, when you put that right here inside the quotes, what will then happen? See, there is that first space here. Let's improve it a little bit. I mean, let's use 3 or 4 of them. See, there is a difference. So every time when you're messing around with something inside of quotes, that means you're messing with real stuff. How you defined it right here, it will be used later into your program. So this is really important. And the most of the time you will just use it like this. Okay, now can you have something like here and then space and then also some couple of spaces here and then something here? Yes, you can do that. It's just a bunch of text, bunch of strings, right? See, there is that difference. Can you have numbers here? Yes. So this is just a string, not a calculation. We are not doing mathematical stuff. This is just a bunch of pile of text, right? Now, next thing, let me save. And can you put special characters here? Yes, let's just use them. So you will not end up right now in any kind of error. It will be fine. Numbers, uppercases, lowercases, underscores, whatever. That will work fine. So you probably are familiar right now with the print command a lot. Yet another thing, see this? Print without any kind of useful stuff. What will happen if you just run it? Let's do that. See, there is a little bit more of space vertical here. Now that means that every time when you use print without any kind of parameters, it will create that vertical break. See the difference between this and this. You can also use empty string here. I mean, I'm just using that term, but that means you're using quotes, or even quotes with couple of spaces in it. So the result will be the same, but these spaces are actually interpreted inside of your computer as real stuff. You don't see it here, but they are there. So don't confuse yourselves, just it's important to know that that thing works in any case. Okay, now let's understand indentation, and we're gonna use a little bit more source code here, which is really easy to understand. If, and the moment when you see if, that means when you see this color, that means that this thing is built inside of Python, inside of programming languages, and technical term is keyword, programming language keyword. Right, so if 5 is less than 10, then do something. So the moment when you say these two dots, I mean, what's the term in English? I always forget these things. The moment when you press enter, you will be at the new line for some 4 spaces from the left, and this is indentation. You must follow the Python rules of 4 spaces here for indentation. This thing needs to be unified all over your source code. And indentation is in this case defined as a Python standard for spaces, right? So you cannot just mix tabs and spaces here. One tab will mean 4 spaces, okay? After we have our check basically here, let's do something like a print. So if 5 is less than 10, and that is always true, we will print this is fine and a little bit of smiley, who cares, save, and let's run our program. See, this is fine. Now this part is not printed because this is what's the term in English? This is what needs to be checked, and this is what needs to be activated if this is true. Or you will learn how to state here, if something is not true, then do something. Okay, but this is the most possible scenario. So there is a big difference in Python between this source code and this source code, because Python is not C++. This will not work in Python. Okay, see, indentation error. Python will be good enough to inform you. Expected an indented block. That means press here, 1 tab, which is 4 spaces, save your program, and it works. Now you can also, let's just 1 minute more. If 10, for example, is less than 20, we're just repeating here to to yourself to be familiar that you cannot broke anything. Then print, for example, awesome. I don't know, something like that. Who cares? and this thing will also work. So you see the results, okay, and these are results. You're printing it on screen or to file or to printer, but you don't see the actual source code that check the stuff. So this is simplest possible thing, really easy thing to understand. So anyway, I don't want to talk too much about indentation. Just note that you can't play around here. One tab, and you will learn not often, but over time, how to have the stairs of indentation. So the more source code with more checks, the indentation will go like in this angle. Okay, like let me show you. Just if, for example, this, then that, and again if that, then something else. Yeah, so that's like a ugly pseudocode, but it will work. So anyway, I'm gonna cut here story and the render. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial, if you're a beginner, we will explain comments and docstrings. Now, comments, how to define them. Like this, you will type hash, and then explanation of code down there. Explanation of what that part of the code do. So, something like this. Keep it simple, keep it short. Now, the reason why you have comments and docstrings in a source code is to explain to yourself and to your colleague after you have, for example, left the company, when they opened your source code, to explain them what you're trying to solve, what's your solution, what the function do in your source code, what some part of source code in general is doing. So either you can do that with a one-liner, or you can combine multiple one-liners like this. So I'm just copy-pasting here, but you get the point. Of course, these lines will be different, will be individual explanations. Either that, or you will use multiple lines. And how to do that? You will do that using single or double quotes. And inside, you will explain in more lines what your part of code is doing. Like this is line 2, and here we are explaining more. Okay, now this is outside of your source code, outside of this if statement. But is there a way to use this inside of your source code, for example, function, to describe only that specific function? Well, yeah, and let's actually create one function. And don't worry at all, it will be easy to understand. So function is something that solves some specific issue, some problem, some calculation, and so on. So how to start? You will type def as define, the name of function, like my, or just first function, and then you will use empty brackets, because every time when you define function, you will use empty brackets at minimum. Okay, at minimum. Then down there, that function need to do something like print something important. Who cares? Now, comments or docstring inside dedicated for your first function. You will start it here, state it here like open 3 quotes, single or double quotes, and then on function, this specific function, and then don't forget to close your internal comments or docstrings, because if you don't do that, then assumption will be that everything else is a part of comments. So don't do that. Always close your docstring. Now you're gonna say, well, that's fine, other programmers will see that, but is there any way to see that in actual documentation, like in automatically produced documentation? Let me explain. Let's just open another another Python shell, right? So this will be really simple stuff, brief stuff. So first thing first, if you're a new programmer and you want to grab things from this file, everything, and including this function, you want to see, is there any documentation there? So the first thing, you need to import that file inside of shell. Import that module, and you will do that with import. What is the name of your file? My stuff.py. So my stuff without .py. Python already know that in this case. So when you type enter, now this my stuff file is, everything in that file is included in Python, so you can extract individual things, individual functions, a part of source code, and use it. So how you will get this documentation from this function? This is what you will do. You will type my stuff dot, and then you will call that function. See, first function, Python offered me to just click on it, but I will type first function, and then dot. Again, that's like we are going into a new level, and then underscore underscore dots underscore underscore. That means that you wanna grab all comments, internal comments, documents for this function from this file, and when you press enter, you will get that first or more lines. So let's do that. Oops, what I did wrong. Yeah, I typed that. First, oh sorry. First function. There you go. Now sorry about error, but you know, I type like a madman. So this, think about this. First you import file, then you extract, then you import function, you activate the function, and then you grab with underscore underscore doc underscore underscore everything what is comments for that specific function. When is that also important? Let me explain. When you are grabbing your when you start your server, documentation server, okay, not this, sorry, just a second. Yeah, module documentation, and server is running. So let's say that I wanna grab documentation for ftplib. Okay, let me just find that. ftplib, enter, there you go. So see this? This is a DocString basically, internal comments, and this is module with a lot of functions. So remember these lines: an FTP client class and some helper functions. What is here is really not important. We are grasping how documents work. Now, in your shell, just a second. In your shell, in your idle, you can get those internal documents when you type import ftplib, and now you have everything at your disposal. So now when you type ftplib dots enter, you will get all documents here. I mean, the first couple of lines. See, an FTP client class and some helper functions, exactly like same thing like it's here. So this is the importance of DocStrings and comments, one line or multiple line comments in Python. Yeah, I think that you definitely understand this right now. Let me get out of the server. So that's cool. Okay, so this is internal document, this is like external multiple line comment. You need to close it, right? And this is a one line comment. So every time when you see green stuff between three single quotes, multiple comment, if they are into function, they are like documents dedicated for that function, like DocStrings, and if you see them in red, they are one-liners. So I think that you can understand this well now. And if you're confused with that, how to import modules and so on, don't worry about that. We will learn over time. Right now it's just important that you figure it out what this first line in a single quotes means. So thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about variables. Here is how to think about them. Think about them as names for places in memory of your PC. Meaning, if you want to operate on large numbers of stuff, you want to name it so you can operate on them easily. Right, so let me simplify things. X will be variable, name for variable, and actual data will be actual data or something like that. Who cares? Now, variables, when you are naming it, there are specific rules that you need to follow. You cannot use here numbers at the first character of variable. You can't do that because you will run into error. Let me explain. Print X, and you suppose that will work. Right, so that's cool. But if you use 3x, and when you try your source code, you will get error, invalid syntax. And Python will be very nice, and it will show you the general area where you can have that error. See, this means that Python is showing you where to look. And it's, in this case, simple case, Python is very accurate. Right. So also names for variables, they can be longer. Like let's say name of person will be Jon Snow. John, like and surname or last name will be Snow. So when you want to use it, if you want to combine a couple of memory variables in a function, sure, you can do that. Let's just print them, name and comma, don't forget that, and then last name. Right, so when you print it, it will work, everything is fine. But don't forget comma, because if you do, Python will not know how to think about what you're trying to say here, and it will run into problems. You need to be very clear on this, so don't forget comma. Now, back to naming stuff. The only character that can be in Python and many programming languages at the start of variable is underscore, and that will work. So that's kind of exception, you know. But you can do that, but don't use it because it can be a little bit of cryptic, right? So the better option is to use underscore to simplify things a bit, like this. Okay, you can use it inside or at the end of variable, and it works. And you can use couple of them, like how much I typed, 1, 2, 3, yeah, something like that. See, it works. Okay, so we have just simple variables and they are ordinary normal characters, but you can also put some numbers, like important number will be 5 and p will be like 3.14. Can you print it? Okay, number, comma, p, and it will work. So in a Python, it's really easy to define variables. In some older programming languages, you need to specify: is it one character? Is it uppercase? Is it lowercase? Is it lines of characters, meaning string? Is it number? What kind of number? Is it negative number or positive number? Is it decimal or float, basically? Is it negative decimal or positive one? So you don't need to think about that basically in a Python. Python will handle a lot of job in front for you. Okay, what I was thinking next. So yeah, that's about it. Very, very simple stuff. And now the reason we have variables is because it's easier to work. Just an example. If you have concrete data that you want to use couple of times, you can do that in very short applications. Okay? And if you want to change this stuff, it will be really tedious. So you need to go here and change, and here and here and here. So this is why we define variable at the top of our program, and then when we have change at the top of our program, that change will be easily propagated all over the place. So naturally you can have many of these functions activated. Okay, very simple stuff to understand. Look, there is not much to say about variables here, except one thing, and that is context of numbers. Let me explain. So let's say you have variable x and actual data in it is a number 5. But what if you wanna 5 as a character, as a like a letter? Can you do that in Python? Yes, you will just type 5 inside of single or double quotes. And now check this out. Print x plus x will give you what? 10. And that's fine. So this is numerical computation. And 5 is treated as real 5, real number. But when you want to use epsilon down there, then result will be 55, which is concatenation. Okay, so in this case, in a context, when 5 is in context of number, when you don't see quotes, then you will deal with mathematical calculation, and when numbers are inside of quotes, then we are talking about context of characters, of normal, like a strings, like bunch of text. So over time you will learn how to recognize what you need to use where. Don't torture yourself, don't worry, you will understand that over time. Now see this, I'm using all plus here, but the thing will also work in this simple case if I just use comma, but now we have that space. So it depends what you want to do. So plus here is like one plus, sorry, is like concatenation, like gluing things together, and using comma is like when you are counting letters, or when you need to say one thing after another. So this comma means basically I'm gonna say this thing right now again and again and again, and there will be some space in it. Okay, that's kind of important to understand. But as I said, you don't need to memorize these things. You will get that over time, subconsciously. That will be your second nature. So I'm gonna shut up, and thank you for watching, a subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about order of values in variables. Really simple stuff. It sounds difficult, but it's simple, and we will talk a little bit more about concatenation of variables, of strings basically. So let's say that for some reason you're like pulling things from a database and putting it into same variable. So the question is, if this is like a pass 1, pass 2, pass 3, which value will be printed right now? So print x, and let's see what's gonna be. 55. That means that the last value in the memory dedicated to that variable will be used, will be printed. Now, we are just printing here, which is the simplest possible function, but also there are another more complicated functions, either in Python or the custom one that you are going to create. So just remember, the last value, no matter how passes here, the last value will be used. Right. So the next thing, let's go to concatenation deeply. And we will use already known example, like name will be John. So what we are creating here is like a emulation of pulling things from database, because we want to create kind of reports in Python. Let me just type. This will be quick. Snow and years, how old he is. Let's say 39, I don't know, something like that, who cares. So how to create kind of report based on a kind of results that we got from database. Now this is hard-coded stuff, but just pretend that you know everything about databases, so you are like pulling raw data from there, right? So how to create a report with concatenation. We will use in print function, left side which will be hard-coded and right side which will be actual data. So name, this is like our custom report, plus actual values from variable. So this is the indirectly using things from database, okay, and following same logic like last name, okay, same scenario. And next thing, print years. Okay, simple stuff, plus years. So now when we print our, I mean not print, but when we run our program, we get kinda report. But question is, see these years here? We're using a number in a context of string. What will happen if you turn that into real number? And you will get that into practice in that kind of issues. So that now when you run your program, you will get into kind of problems. See, this can only concatenate strings with strings and not integer to strings. That means that this plus will work in a case of name and the last name, but this we need to change plus here to something else to work, and that will be comma. And now when we run our program, we will have result, but this will be in real number now, and in earlier example we had that number represented as a string. Well, how I know this stuff, and will this work here when I put comma? It will. So you can mess around with the things, with the different data types if you put comma here, but if you put plus here, then they must be of the same type. Okay, so enter, see, it works. So let me go to that check of that data types. Let's check what data type is this here. How we are going to do that? Print. And inside of print we will put another function type, see, Python colors, and let's pass to that function name. So we will down there expect results of what this name actually is, and let's put all these 3 lines out of service using comments, multi-line comments. So these things right now are out of service, so you can see them, but a program doesn't see them. Okay, so comments are useful for that too. See, class string, meaning this name, the Python is showing to us that this name is a type of string. See, quotes. Now let's do that for years. And now class integer. Now Python automatically recognized that we are using years as an integer. Let's put it into quotes, and let's run our kind of stupid script. See, now it is changed to string. So you will use this type inside of print to recognize with what kind of data you are working with, because when you're pulling things from database, they can be strings, weird characters, results of calculations, integers, and so on. So just note that you will type this line inside of print. So that's like a passing results of one function to another function to further processing. Right? So print this is the most possible scenario, but you can also extract this type years into actual variable. So yeah, you can do too, like result, type, name for example, and then you will not type this here, you will just cross it like a results, go here, result, and you will get same result. So in Python everything is pretty much object, so this is the reason why you have class here and then str, integer, and so on. So this is kinda, yeah, I think it's easy to understand. Just know that you can either check type of variable directly, just put here down there, or you can use intermediary variable like results in this case and put it here and everything will be fine. So I'm gonna shut up and render, and as always thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial, which will be really brief, we will talk about numbers. Now, let's define a couple of them, like we have a simple x and a little bit bigger epsilon, and z will be negative, a little bit bigger number. So the good stuff about Python and many other languages, newer ones like PHP, they will instantly recognize about what kind of numbers we are talking here. Now in C and C++, in all older languages, you need to say that that variable will contain a smaller number and then bigger number, and then not just bigger number, whole number, but also negative one. So there is a left side and a right side on that imaginary coordinate system of numbers, where 0 is in the middle. So that took a lot of time in a C++ and similar languages, but some people will say that they are for pros if they really want to be accurate. But, for example, if you're doing some kind of web development, maybe you don't need to be as much accurate. So, yeah, that's the major difference between Python and C++, for example. Now, let's grab type of these numbers. Like we are creating some kind of report. So we will also hard code left side of report, and we will say that value of, and then we will print those numbers. For example, x type, and let's copy paste that down there. So number of x, epsilon, and z. And we also need to change this right here to get corresponding correct results. So now when I run this really simple report, I will get, oops, CLS, I will get this result. So what that means is that every time when you see int here, which means integer, we are talking about whole numbers. It's not important if they are positive, negative, and how big they are. They're just whole numbers. So what if you change this to decimal, like 0, 0, or 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, or even bigger number? Well, maybe that's too big. So then what? What kind of result we will get here? Now the result will be float. See, it's not important because we are having 0 here, and how many of them. The moment when we put dot and then something after, the Python will recognize it. It will use that variable as a float, as a decimal basically. So of course when you are doing mathematical calculations, that means a lot. For example, let me explain. So print, for example, x plus x, and the result will be down there 10 with 0. And even if you have two variables where one is decimal, the result will be in decimal. So let's say, for example, x1, and that will be like a 10. So x plus x1 will be 10 with a, oh sorry, not 10 but 15 with 0. The moment when you change these decimals here, the result will be just only 15. So maybe that's important to you. I mean, actually is important for a lot of us that are working with numbers in some financial reports and so on. So Still, it's easy thing to understand. Just pay attention. If you want accurate results, use decimals. And floats are very good for that. Now, there are also other options how to even have more accurate results, but that's for advanced use. Now, what if you have really big numbers? Then what? Can you define them? Oh, let's see. Let's push this down there. For example, we will put out of service everything here, you know, just to simplify things. So what if we wanna have in a mathematics in primary and high school, you probably learned that how to write that in mathematics like 5 times 10, for example, on 1, 2, 3. So how to do that in a Python? X equals, very simple, similar to mathematics in a school, 5 small e and not 10 and then just 1, 2, 3. This smaller e means just times 10, so it's like a shortcut. So if you print our x now, the result will be oops, so I can't have 2 x's here when one of them is absolutely horribly wrong, right? So CLS and print. See, 5 times 10 on 1, 2, 3. If you want to have smaller number, which Python can represent here, you will get this really big number. So every time when you put some humongous number here, if Python will not be able to cope with that, it will just say to you something like this. Okay. Now the thing is that also you can use uppercase E and result will be the same. See? So what is the type of this number? Let's see. Oops. Okay, CLS. What is the number? Float. So it is not important how that number is written and how big it is float, even if Python will not be able to correctly put it here on the screen because number is kinda humongous. So anyway, really simple stuff, nothing really special here. You will just learn that thing over time. And if you run, probably if you need to do something with this notation, mathematical notation with big numbers, you probably already know what you are doing, and you are using Python just as a sum tool in data science, financial number crunching, even old school Cold War type code breaking, you know, either professionally or as a hobby. So yeah, I don't know what you're basically doing, your toys, your games, but you know, thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about casting. What that basically means? Well, let me explain. Let's say that you have some string, 15 for example, and you wanna transfer that to just number for your own reasons, for some operation. So question is, how to do that? Well, let's show in one simple example. And this x1 we will return to x, and down there we don't need this, so we are kind of preparing our reports to understand things nicely. Type is, I mean, you can do that if you like, this beautifying of report, but you don't have to. It depends how you are eager to type. And let's epsilon will be 12.25 for example, and this will be like that 15 string, not number but string. So now when you run our script, the result will be appropriate. Int 10 is int, float, that's cool, so we have decimal, okay, and str, which is 15 enclosed in quotes. So how to turn this into whole numbers, into normal integers? We will use Python function int, and of course every time when you're using function you need normal brackets. So let me simplify things here to save ourselves a little bit of time. Of course, when you're using function you also need to close stuff with a right bracket or left, how it depends how you think about it. And now when I run our script, see, everything will be int. Even even string will be transferred from string to integer. But there is a big problem here. If you're doing some kind of accurate calculations, if you transfer float, see, float to integer, you will lose precision. See, now 12.25 becomes just 12. So think about it when you are transferring from one type of number to another type. Now, let's see what will happen if we transfer this to float. Can we put float here? Float, 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 and the next pass. See, everything is in float now, but that 10, which is integer, in original it's just a whole number, it got that dot zero at the end. This is normal decimal, so it's totally remained in place, and string is not just transferred to integer, but it is also transferred to float with dot zero at the end. So normally you don't need many zeros, you just need a 1 0. But right now this is treated as float, as basically decimal. So next thing. Now let's transfer all these floats into strings. So, can you do that? Yes, you will just type str, short for string, str, let's run our script, and there you go, everything is a string. So normally the precision in numbers doesn't mean a lot when you don't look into them as numbers. They're just strings, but the decimal number will remain here. Because Python just look into them as a bunch of characters. It doesn't care what characters, they will not be used in some kind of mathematical calculation, so Python doesn't care, it will just use them as they are right here. It's really not important about what kind of numbers we are dealing with. Are they integer, in original or decimals? They're just treated as a bunch of letters. So that's pretty much it. Now let's do interesting stuff. Let's do some kind of operation on these variables. For example, we will print x plus y plus z, and the result what we will get here is not mathematical one, it's just concatenation of these numbers. Because they're not represented as numbers right now, they're turned into strings. So this is not mathematical operation. It is not important because we have plus here, it is just concatenation of strings. So let me show that to you. See? So this is result. 10, okay, 12.25, okay, with a dot in the middle, and 15. Just totally ridiculous concatenation without any order. So maybe you need to do that. I don't know. Now, if we transfer that to integer, so we are talking about context here, right? So let me just clear screen. Now result will be different, 37, because these numbers are represented here and used as real numbers. But there is an error here because we lost that accuracy. See, dot 25, there is not that dot 25 here, and obviously in end result there is not that decimal. If you get that to float, okay, and this is very simple to understand. Now the result will be 37.25 because the numbers are but Python thinks about them as a real floats, as a real decimal. So what I was talking next, let me think. Well, yeah, if we can you combine these things? Well, sure. Let's say that yeah, this will be like an integer, and this will be like also integer. Can you combine these things? Yes. So the result will be 37.0. Now we lost precision here because we are treating this float as integer, and still we need the dot zero here because one part of our silly equation is actually float. So if there is one float here, then at the end result you will get that dot something no matter how other variables you have. So let's do something silly here. For example, if you want to combine strings with integers, can you do that? No, you can't do that because unsupported operand, so you can't basically combine, for example, float and strings. I mean, this is obviously an original string, but let's put str here and you will get the similar error. See? So just note then when you are dealing with mathematical expression, you always need to transfer your numbers into real numbers with int and float to be totally sure. And when you are concatenating things, integers that are represented as strings, you need to put strings first and then you can concatenate them. So over time you will learn that. So that's basically concatenation and dealing with things, with strings and integers based on different contexts, how you think about them. I mean, you will learn this over time, so you don't need to memorize these things. You will just get that over a couple of examples. Anyway, there is really nothing more to say about this, so I'm gonna shut up and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn more about strings, especially about positions and how to remove empty spaces, a lot of them from strings. So let's go to actual practical result, I mean example. Double quotes, quarters, what the hell that even means? Double quotes, and B will be single quotes. Okay, so it is important to note that you can combine single and double quotes when you want to define your strings, and the thing will work obviously, A and B, and that's the case in most of the programming languages. So see, that works. Now next question, is there any way to extract individual particles, individual characters from your string? Sure, you can do that. For example, when you're counting, when you're indexing, you will go always in most of programming languages from 0. So D will be at position 0. So how to extract it? You will not lose, but use angle brackets, and then you will put 0, and now the result will be D. So next question, can you have more of these characters extracted in the same print function? Let's say A, and we want to extract, for example, this E, which is on a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and also from B we can combine things, and let's see, extract also S from B, which will be at position 0. So that's like a imaginary horizontal coordinate system where at the start or at the cross of that coordinate system you have 0. So everything which is in that cross of horizontal, imaginary horizontal and vertical line will be extracted, it will be printed. So I mean, it depends how you think about this mathematical abstract thing, but I just imagine you know, coordinate system like we did in a school. Right, so where I was, so DES. Okay, so you can combine couple of variables and their positions in the same print, in the same function. Very easy thing to understand. And now what's next? Okay, so can you extract more of characters in a range, for example, from 0 to, I don't know, 7 or 8, for example? Sure, you can do that. You will just say starting position, and then these two dots, what the term is in English, I don't know, I forgot these things, and for example up to 7. So this is kind of range from 0 to 7, and let's do that, and there you go, double. So can you do that for B? Yeah, sure. Let's just play around with the B here, and that will be single. So just remember 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. so on, blah blah blah, but you get the point. So what is general pseudocode here? You will have print, and then you will have name of variable, and then you will open these brackets. So don't confuse brackets here, okay? So these are normal brackets, and you will use for positioning these angle brackets. So you will have a left side, which will be start, and then you will have these two dots, and then you will have stop position, and then you will get that result. Okay. Now, oh yeah, concatenation of things. Well, sure, you can concatenate, you can combine things from one string or even from more strings, like print, and let's grab one thing from A and let's concatenate that to 0 position from B. So the result will be DS. So that will be concatenation. See? DS. Funny stuff. But what if, is there any way to easily grab things from a right side? Well, yeah, just imagine that that coordinate system, that position is right here, not here, but right here. So this is like ground zero, vertical zero. Now we have plus numbers here, and we have minus numbers here. So the first number, first position will be -1, not 0. 0 will be imaginary, like here, like imagine here vertical line. So the first position will be -1, -2, -3. So let's actually do that. Like a print from A -1 and print from B -2. So following that logic, we will first get S, and then we will get 2, I mean 2, but E from B. Okay, S and E, as I said. So you can practice with this. Now, yeah, let's say that you have a lot of spaces for some reason, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces here, and that you have also spaces here, or even tabs, 1, 2, 3, oops, sorry. Yeah, let's use spaces, like who cares how many of them. So question is, if you have this mess, how to automatically solve that? Because you can have hundreds of variables with this unneeded spaces here, like you are extracting some textual report from old mainframe forgotten in some basement. I don't know, who cares. So the thing is that you need to say print and name of variable, and then dot, and then strip. So that's actual command, the function that you can use, and you will just use empty brackets here. Meaning, this means go look into variable, which in this case is A, and then strip all unnecessary white spaces, tabs, spaces, and so on. So let's actually do that, and the result will be double quotes. And let's do that also for B. Now we have spaces here, okay, see? And the result will be the normal one. So so yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also combine these things, and that's the most often used scenario, like strip things from one and then add that to strip the things from B. So sure, you can play around. There you go. Now the reason why you have concatenation here, like really tied up these two variables, is you need to introduce space. And how to do that? You just say plus and then empty quotes, single or double, it's up to you, and the result will be, oops, I need to have space here, and the result will be what you need. So you will use this option a lot. I mean, not just in PHP, I mean Python, but also in PHP, JavaScript, many other languages. You will grab thing from one databases, then create couple of your HTML, for example, codes, and you will combine that thing from another table, from a database, or even from things from other databases. I don't know, you know, there is many options. So I'm going to shut up, and in the next tutorial we will talk about more about strings in depth, because this is really important to understand. You will use these things all the time, even if you're a beginner. So as always, thank you for watching, for subscription and support. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about how to grab the length of the string, because that's very important when you're going through string and doing some operation for each individual part. And we will also learn how to lowercase and uppercase all characters in our strings. So that's what we are going to do. Let's prepare our airspace for operation. And first thing first, how to grab the length of our string. So you will use print to print that length, which will be len. So immediately when you see the same color here, that means that that function is either produced by you or it's part of default Python installation. So the thing is that you will use len and then brackets, and then you will put string in it, okay, variable that represent string. So let's do that. Let's print length of A and also for B, and we will get two numbers one after another. So you can also go and check this length, but also note that every space here is calculated. It is important. So let's simplify our things. Okay, and now we will get different results. Now, of course, they are equal. See, you can just observe that without any kind of thinking. So they're same. Now, is there a way to put results of some function into variable and then use it to shortcut things, basically? So yeah, like how A is long, or something shorter than that, but this is good for illustration. So you will say ln and for A, and then down there you will use that like a print how A is long, because you will use that like a part of another function, another program, and so on. So CLS, and the result will be 13. And this is kind of cryptic. You don't know, I mean, other people maybe they will not know what we are talking about. So let's kind of hard code our result. How long var A is. I mean, it's a really dumb example, but it's very good for illustration. So there you go. Now that's the one thing, and you will use this a lot, especially in loops, and when you are checking some stuff. So based on the result, if it's true or if it's not, then you will do something else. But we will learn that over time. So the next thing is, let's pull this out of service because we don't need it anymore. Okay, the next thing is, let's turn this, for example, B into lowercase, all lowercases. So how to do that? You will say print and B and dot and lower, and this is a part of standard Python library, okay, standard function. And all programming languages that are in use today, they have similar names for similar functions. So it's basically, even when you're learning some other language, you will instantly recognize what documentation is talking about. Just when you scroll through page, you will just get that overall opinion about what kind of functions you have, how to use them, and so on. But you'll get that over time, so don't worry. So let's run our stuff. See, single quotes. Okay, let's have uppercase here, and immediately that will be lowercase. So that's kind of awesome. So I don't know if you have worked until now with CSS. a CSS is not a programming language, but you know, there is a couple of things that are very similar to this lower uppercase functions in CSS. But anyway, that's the story for another playlist, and we're gonna also create that playlist, advanced CSS and so on. So what if you want to turn this into, for example, A into uppercase? Sure, you're gonna say upper, and then result will be all uppercases. Now, funny stuff, can you combine those things like a plus and a space for a little bit of space, and B, let's say that will be lower, right? So you're kind of playing around here. Can you do that? What I was missing? Oh yeah, plus. Sorry about that. Clear screen, and see, there you go. Upper will get the job done as lower. Now, next thing will be, for example, can we leave these variables, original variables, in place and use like their clones? So they are clones that are changed. Yeah, you can. For example, lowercase a, you will get that when you apply on a function lower, and now when you print that, you will get the same results. So LVC a, and you will get the double quotes that are totally lowered. So maybe you want to use that in a, I don't know, some part of application or another function, I don't know, something like that. So let's say LA, because this is kind of cryptic with these special symbols. Okay, double quotes. So that works. And also for, let's say LB, the same stuff, or upper B, sorry, upper B, upper. So now so now the B, original B will be, well, original B, but UB will be totally uppercase. And can you print both of them alongside each other or down from each other? Sure, you can. CLS. And there you go. So just remember three things that we have learned. When you want to grab how long the thing is, you will say len, and you can put that into some variable. When you want to go to upper, you will say variable, the name of variable, dot upper, and normal brackets without anything in it. And you can also say the next variable will be like lowered, and also without any kind of arguments here. So this is really simple functions. Every time when you see a function with just empty brackets here, that means that without any kind of parameters, it will get something done, that specific function. And over time we will learn how to put things here to operate on them. So yeah, that's a kind of, I think that's, god damn it, again 8 minutes. I just like to talk about Python, but what I can say, you know, I'm Python kind of freak. So thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to replace and split specific part of the string. So let's create one string which will be like this is uppercase alpha, this is B, and this is group ABC, and there is a ABC, yeah, and there is a good reason because why this string is constructed in such a way. So here's the thing, how to replace A here, or what's the correct term, I don't know in English, how to replace this character with another character. So you're gonna type print and then variable name dot, and then we will employ function here, the name of B, replace, that's the name of function, and now in brackets we will use two things, and this is first time that you're using some two things inside of one function. The left part will be actual character right now, which will be uppercase alpha, and the second will be the end result, like a Z, for example. Okay, so we are switching A to be Z or R. Maybe that's a more sounding character. I don't know, who cares. So let's do that. Let's print our result. This is R, this is B, this is group RBC. Now what that means, every time when you replace, when you don't specify how many of characters you want to replace, everything will be replaced. So we have A here, uppercase, okay, that's important, and also here, so we are replacing all those characters with a new one. So the next thing is, can we replace one character with multiple of other characters? Let's see. Clear screen, and there you go. You can do that. The next thing is, can you replace multiple characters with one or multiple characters? Well, let's test. This will replace to that, uppercase, just to test things. Can we do that? Yes, so that works. But the funny thing is that whatever you put here, only exactly that will be found here and replaced. See, we have only that on a first occurrence. Why? Because see, uppercase T is here and uppercase T is here. So here we have lowercase t and also here. So you can also combine those things if you are a beginner. Why not? And you will get the desired effect. So let's go to some simple variation. Right? Can you replace that with some, for example, number? Well, let's say 555, for example, and the result will be argument 2 must be string and not integer, meaning every time when you want to do something like this, you will change that number with already known function str to string, and then everything will be fine. See? Now, if this is a little bit complicated for you, don't worry, just stick with the normal letters, normal characters, and over time you will get the idea. Okay, next thing. And I have some firework or gunshots out there, outside, so let me see what's happening. Yeah, I think it's fireworks. Who cares? Today guns, tomorrow tanks, something like that. Now, yeah. Now we know about replacing strings. Now let's split this string into groups, and groups are delimited by comma in this case. Okay, now print what we are working with, variable, dot, so name of variable, then dot, then split, and inside of brackets first we must state what's that delimiter, and in this case that's just comma. But we cannot just say comma, we must put it into these, what's the term, single or double quotes. Okay, let's try to print our result here. So let's see what's up, and there you go, we have result. Now check here two things. First, we have groups delimited by comma, but they're also grouped by single quotes, and at the start and at the end we have these angle brackets. What that means, that this result is actually list, and we will learn about list. But let me just say that this, because it's list, we can print these individually. So let me explain briefly. Now, we didn't learn this up till now, but we will use for loop, and I promise it is really easy to understand, and we're gonna talk about that more in our next tutorials. So just follow me with this. For some x, abstract x, and then we will have this function here, and the result of that function. Okay, so for every x in results of this operation, we will print that specific abstract x from memory. And now we need to get here a list of three, I mean groups. This will be kind of group 0, 1, and 2 groups of results. See, now the reason is why we have here space is because we have space in original string. So now when you remove those spaces, you will get those results kind of normalized, but it's kind of ugly. So in original string, so I will return to original state. And also you can use any other delimiter here, okay, like a vertical line, whatever is the term in English, and now you can put that into function and the thing will also work, because delimiter is now changed, but it is propagated all over the place as equal. So some people will say maybe we can use something else as a delimiter, and they will be right. So let me just check if that works again. Right, so let's turn T, for example, letter T in a delimiter. Can we do that? Well, sure, but then we will get different results, like a C, or even E, and then we will get different results. See, but in most of the cases you will use here comma or space or some specific character. You basically just want to simplify your lives here. So yeah, can you use space? Yes, you can use space, CLS, and then you will have this these words here. So yeah, that's pretty much enough for one tutorial. I think that you know a lot about string operations right now for beginners. Just remember that you can use what we have learned, like length and uppercase and lowercase and replace and split, and what we have learned again, strip, and well, yeah, that's pretty much it about what you need to know for beginner. Now you can go and play around these three last tutorials again to practice, but you can also save yourself a little bit of time and just go to next tutorials. So don't worry about for loop here. We will learn that in one of the next tutorials. As always, thank you for watching, thank you for subscription and support, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab things from keyboard. So this is the simplest possible case. In variable x we will grab something from keyboard using input function or method. So this is very simple scenario. And after we get that x, I mean the actual data from keyboard, then we will do something. The simplest thing is just we will print it. Okay, so let's run our script. And you don't see anything that asks you to do something because this is very simple stuff, but just type 5 here, or even some name like John, enter, and there you go. So obviously the next thing you will ask is, well, I want a more clarification, and you will do that by asking your end user what to do, like please enter your name, for example. And now the things are more clearer. So CLS, let's run our stuff again. Please enter your name, like Michael, something like that. Enter, and it works. Now when you're creating your terminal application, it is always nice to have some kind of header. So let's do that, like print your first application, like version 0.0001 or something funny like that. And often you will say, you will use some simple lines like old mainframe applications, you know, simple lines to distinguish between header and actual usability of the program, actual operations. See, so it's a kind of more nicer now, right? The next thing, because this is just the printing, what will happen if we try to do addition on two inputs, for example x plus x, and also we want some hard-coded report there, like an explanation. So additional results. Now what will happen? Interesting thing. Let's say the number will be 5 and you will expect 10, but you will get 55. Now that means that by default everything that you grab from keyboard will be treated as a string, but you don't want to do that. So there are two options, okay? Two options. The first thing you need, first option is to enclose this into integer, okay? So transfer input to integer, and now you will get desired result. See, 10. So that's the one thing. Another thing is you can do that later, which is maybe a smarter idea, like str and then x, and also here sdr and x, and now you will get the same results. 5 and oh sorry, integer. Integer, sorry about that. Okay, so 5 and the result is 10. Now of course you can use here float, str, whatever, integer. It depends what you're basically doing. Now the next thing, can you combine more of these input in the same program, in the same script? Well, sure. So let's actually do that. Okay, this will be treated as a string normally, and let's actually print your name. Your name is, and then x, and after that we will also ask for a surname, but of course we must type that into another variable to distinguish things, and print last name is epsilon. Let's clear screen, and so please enter your name, John, Jogn, whatever. Okay, please enter your last name, Snow. Now see this order, like input, output, input, output. Of course you can beautify your source code, so you can have all inputs at the top, okay, and then you will have your outputs down there, okay. But in the meantime you will also have couple of these middle lines just to make that difference, or even empty one, like a new line, like a break in a HTML terminology. So enter your name, surname, and there you go, you have kinda your first application. So actually, well, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Really easy thing to understand. Please note that no matter how this looks simple, it is absolutely at the core of many applications you will write that will work in a command prompt or terminal. No matter how graphical user interfaces are nice, at the core there is this thing, and if this thing doesn't work correctly, graphical interfaces doesn't mean a lot. So yeah, this is the end of the tutorial. I'm gonna shut up and render, and as always, thank you for watching, for subscription and support, and as always, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's start talking about lists, and lists are extremely crucial in programming languages. Basically, if you wanna put a lot of things somewhere, that will be lists. Now let me just explain pseudocode here, and then we'll go to concrete example. So you will define some kind of variable and then equals symbol, and then you will use angle brackets. Okay, now this is not a function. Okay, when you're using function you will use something like this, but this is a list and this is a function, so there is no similarities between these two. Now, how to define names inside of your list? You will use either single quotes or double quotes. It's totally up to you. So let's say name 1 and name 2. So this is kind of pseudocode. And even better, it's to say element of list 2 and element of list 1. Okay, so you have variable, equal symbol, left angle brackets, element 1 in a quotes, comma, element 2, and so on and so on. So let's create one concrete example, like names of persons, brackets, for example Michael and Samantha and I don't know, Anastasia, something like that, some pretty names. So just correct me if how I typed it's not correct, because I'm not native English speaker. So now let's print all these elements. So you will not type, for example, print and then you will put here down there. Okay, you will just use names down there. Very simple stuff. And now when you not reprint, but when you print stuff, the result will be this, exactly like it's here, but Python will internally transfer double quotes to single quotes. So question, how I know that this is actually a list? Well, let me see. Let's check the type of variable names, and the result will be, see, list. Now, of course, during writing complicated programs, you probably want to do something like this, like what is the type of names written? Well, that's funny. And then you will say type names, meaning basically you will put results of this operation here, and then written you will use that down there. Okay, so that's kind of intermediary. Written, and the result will be absolutely same. See? So that's cool. Okay, next thing. Is there any alternative way to construct lists not using angle brackets? So let me see. Let's create a list like backup names. Yeah, backup names. And now what you can do is inside of single quotes state, for example, John and like, I don't know, like rainbow, something like that. Who cares? So the elements, actual elements, are not important. Now in front of these brackets you need to type list. Okay, and now let's see, will we get ourselves into any kind of trouble? And here's the thing, we have a problem. List expected at most one argument got 2. So what this means is that you need to enclose not just in a one bracket, but in a 2 brackets. Okay, and now when we run our stuff, the result will be fine. Now this list is from this part of the code, so let's actually check this result, like a print type for backup names, and now here you will see class list. See? So that's cool. Just remember that when you are going to create a list, the simplest possible way is to type x equals that and then something in it. Okay, and another way is y equals list, 2 lefties, then element, and then 2 right normal brackets. So that is really important to note. You cannot use only one of them, because that means that you're creating tuple basically. And we'll talk about tuples in next tutorials, but I think that's enough for one tutorial. You can just practice creating some very short list if you like, but please, for simplicity reasons, just stick with this way. Don't use this way because you can run into all kind of mess. Every time when other programmers see your code and they see angle brackets, they will say, okay, that's a list, and they will understand everything immediately. So, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and we'll also talk a little bit more in the next tutorial about lists, because lists are very, very important. So, see you there. Hello YouTube, let's learn more about lists. So we will use our original names to play around. Okay, so how to extract the length of the list? And we have 3 elements, so we need to get the result 3. So length of list, for example, that will be name of our results. You will get that when you employ a length function or method, Python method, on that specific variable. I mean list. Okay, so now when you print, for example, some hard-coded report, so length of list names is comma and lol, and the result will be, of course, 3. Now, of course, you can hard code stuff pretty much here like this, but that's kind of longer way. And it's much better to, work like this, because that means that at the top you can calculate stuff, and then after you can create some longer reports and so on. Okay, so the result will be pretty much the same, 3. So next question, can you use positions, I mean index on list as you can on strings? Well, the difference is when you're working with strings, you're working with one character glued together and there is no comma in between. But when you're working with lists, there is a comma in between, and the elements are enclosed into single quotes or double quotes. So let's actually print positions, and on positions there will be specific elements. So this is kind of manual extraction of needed elements, like position 0, and then you will type comma and then names, and in a side of normal angle quotes you will type 0, so needed position. And also same thing with other elements, but just remember this is kind of stupid way, and this is manual extraction, but over time you will learn how to automatize things. So now we will have Michael, Samantha and Anastasia in our report, one after another. See? So that's kind of nice, that's cool. Now next question, is there any way to alternatively arrange these elements from one list in another list? So basically we are creating like backup names or alternative names. So yeah, you will just say names, for example, position 2 and comma, and names position 0 and name as position 1, and then you can print alternative names, and the result will be, different. So let's also create kind of break here to see that difference a little bit better. And there you go. Anastasia, Michael, Samantha is a new order in new list. So we are talking about 2 different lists. So funny question, is there a way to double things here? Like can you repeat in a list the same elements? Well, of course. But this is the only case with lists. Okay, so lists can have many of the same elements on different positions. So now result will be Anastasia, Anastasia, Anastasia. Okay, because we are just constructing this alternative list from the same element couple of times, 3 times. Okay, Okay, next question. Is there a way to construct easily one list from another list having couple of those elements like tied together? Like you don't want to extract them manually one by one, you want to extract the range of elements. Okay, so let's do that. And from 0 up to 2, which means in this simple case you will grab, well, 0, 1, 2, and let's add here like a John. Okay, to have a little bit more elements, and the result will be, oops, I didn't close bracket, Michael and Samantha. Now, if you type 3, for example, you will also grab Anastasia. So you will probably say, well, if I have 3 here, why, for example, I don't grab John? Well, the thing is that you are counting from 0, okay? So you always have one element that is basically lacking in that kind of listing. So if you're confused, you can just experiment a little bit, like 2, and then you check your results, and if you're not happy, then you say 2 plus 1, or you just say 3, and so on. Okay, so the thing is very it's a similar, I mean, it's absolutely the same as when you're working with strings. So if you want to extract that just only John, you don't need to look from the left side, you can also look from the right side, and you will say something like -1, because remember, imagine that here we have that cross in kind of imaginary coordinated system, so this is the place for imaginary 0. So on the left side you have -1, -2, -3, -4, and see, John, following that logic, when you type -4, you will get Michael. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Now, I think that's enough for one tutorial. I just definitely don't want to go to 15 or 20 minutes tutorials again, but in the next tutorial we will also talk about lists, because they are very, very important in programming. So, thank you for watching. As always, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn 3 new things, very important things. How to change specific element into something else at specific position, okay? How to insert, like aggressively or forcefully, new stuff, new element at specific position, and how to add new stuff at the end, by default, at the end of our list. So let's, for example, change Michael into Patrick. Okay, names, and then you will state position and new value, which will be Patrick. Okay, and now let's print our list with all elements. The result will be Patrick, Samantha, Anastasia, and John. So just remember, when you are changing things, use positions. Positions are extremely important when you are working with lists. Okay. Now, next thing, what if you wanna forcefully insert something at specific position? You know your reasons, I don't know what are those, but you just wanna get into that specific place. So, how to do that? You will say names dot insert, okay, and then inside of normal brackets you will state that position, like let's say here, okay, right here between Patrick and Samantha, you wanna have a new name. So that will be position 1, and then comma, and then let's say you wanna get Madonna in there, or Beyonce, whatever, or Jay-Z, right? So clear screen, and there you go, you have Madonna at position 1. Now, next thing, if you wanna append a couple of things at the end, what you're gonna do is names dot append, and then, because you're appending at the end, the position is not important, you will just say you wanna append, for example, Brian, and for example, something else like that dude from Curb Your Enthusiasm, like Larry, something like that, right? So there you go. You have Brian and Larry at the end. Now you'll probably say, well, okay, so that's kind of straightforward and we are doing stuff manually, but is there a way to append stuff from one list to another list, like automatically? Well, yes. Let me show how. So names number 1, for example, and what we have, Patrick, and let's say what I was talking about, Madonna, damn it, uppercase, and Larry. Okay, so let's grab with the for loop, and we will talk about loop more, but I just want to show you that you can do this, and you will do this often. So for any element, and this X represent that element, into names, you wanna append them to original names. So this is names 1, okay, and this is just names like a original list, okay? So you will say names, normal names, dot append that specific X, okay? And now when you print names, you will get bunch of stuff, okay? All of them, all these names, okay? See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you don't understand this, don't worry, you know, you will use that all the time, you will get used to it, it will become your second nature. I promise you, you will understand this after our next couple of tutorials. But honestly, I think we are kinda good for one tutorial, so I'm gonna shut up and see you next one. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to remove things in different ways from our original list. Right, so the first thing is the easiest one. You want to remove by position. So how to do that? You will say del as delete, and then you will say names as a name of your list, okay? And after that you will say what position you want to delete, okay? So 0, and then you will remove Michael. So now let's print names. So you will see Samantha, Anastasia, and John. Okay, that works. Now, how many times you can call these names 0? Multiple times, like a couple of more. And now, because every time, like you automatically kind of delete this position 0, so this will be stripped, then this, okay? So you will only be left with John here, I think. Yeah. So just remember, when you're removing 0, you are removing that first element, okay? First element at position 0. Okay, now of course you can use any other position, like position 3, 0, 1, 2, 3 will be John. So delete names 3 will be just Michael, Samantha, and Anastasia in names. Okay, so that's cool. There is the easiest way, of course, you probably know that. You can just type -1 and the result will be same. So that's the one thing. Now, how about removing by content? Up till now we are removing by position, but what about we want to remove, for example, John or Anastasia based on just name Anastasia, based on what is between these quotes. So you will say something like names dot remove, and then in a normal brackets you will type that content, for example Anastasia, and let's run our script. So you will end up with Michael, Samantha, and John. Okay, now what will happen, for example, if you have two Michaels, for example? Okay, and you want to remove Michael. Will that remove all Michaels or only one Michael? Let me see. So the only first occurrences of Michael will be deleted. So let's actually double this operation, and now we need to have we'll remove first this one and then this one, and you will end up only with Samantha and Anastasia, which is kinda nice. Yeah, so yeah, I mean let's go to another example. Another example is if you wanna delete something that is at the end, okay, but you will not use positions like -1, and you will not use actual content, you will use pop. So basically operation is popping, like names dot pop, and you don't need to specify any kind of arguments here, because the pop will work only by itself. It always target last element, okay? So TLS, and let's change this Michael into John again, and let's run our script, and there you go, there is none of John. Right, so next time when you say pop again, okay, you can have multiple of those in a row, you will end up with Michael and Samantha. Now the pop is very useful for one thing, and that is when it removes that last element, you can put that element for further processing for your own reasons into variable, like last element equals the thing that is popped. Okay, so clear screen, and now you will get John in last element. Why? Because then you can use it. For example, print last deleted element is, well, last element. And that is extremely useful in loops and so on. So you will definitely run in this option a lot. Okay. Now, well, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't want to go to 10 minutes again. 5 minutes, 6 minutes is a very nice tutorial. So in the next one, I think that will be last one about lists. We will also talk about lists. Why? Because they are very funny and useful. So I'm gonna shut up and render, and probably I wanna go to sleep, but I will see about that. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn a couple of very fancy things about list operations. So first thing first, how to check if there is, for example, Samantha in our list using if statement. So don't worry, we will explain if statement in the next tutorials, but you know, this is kinda upgrade on our usage of if statement in one of our first tutorials, if you remember. So if Samantha is in, you don't need to say is, this is kind of shortcut, just in the names, you can print there she is, or something stupid like that, who cares. And let's run our script, and there you go, the thing works. But if you use lowercase s, then you are searching for totally, in the Python eyes, totally different thing. Okay, so please note what's gonna happen. Pretty much nothing. So there is no error, okay, like a syntax error. That is just thing that you didn't constructed your source code kind of request in a correct way. So what to do as a backup operation, as a failover? You'll say something like this, else. So if this fails, something like need to be activated, like print try uppercase. Okay, and now we will have that try uppercase as a backup option, which will be activated if this thing fails. Okay, so that's kinda cool. So let's push this thing down there, and let's go to next thing, and that is how to easily copy one list into another. Okay, so A will be new list, okay, not character, this is variable, I mean actually list. So you will just say A equals names, and let's print that new list, and the result will be completely same bunch of elements. And if you say print names, you can do that too. Again, you will have that double kind of result. How many of these new lists you can create? Well, I don't know, as much as you can. Okay. And now when you say print A and print B and C, oops, all of them, they will be listed here. See? But the moment you create change, like for example, in the names, original names, we will change Michael, which is on position 0, to, I don't know, Zorg or something. That will be propagated all over the place, in all lists that inherits from original lists. Okay? See? There you go. Now let me see on a piece of paper what I was talking about. Okay, so what if you wanna empty your list? What is the brief way to empty everything from lists? How to do that? Well, let me explain, I mean type. And this source code is just for reference down there. So if you want to clear your everything in your list, how you gonna do that? You'll type names.clear without any kind of parameters. They're not needed because this function is dedicated for removing everything from your list. Now please note, the list will still exist, but it will be empty. So let's actually print after clearing what you will have from elements. Print names, and the result will be pretty much nothing. See? Empty list. There is none of elements. And how can you check that? Well, print len of names, and result will be 0. So that's kinda normal thing to expect after clearing anything. So what is the next thing? Well, yeah, we are pretty much at the end of our tutorial. Just one thing here, if you wanna totally delete your list, how you gonna do that? You will say, for example, print totally our list, total destruction of our list, and then you will issue that, well, maybe not yet, then you will issue that awesome command, and command will be del names. Okay, and after that, if you try to print names, you will have nothing to print. See, names is not defined. So the moment when you issue this command, you're done. You cannot use your list anymore. So yeah, I think that's enough of talking about list, and the next tutorial we will go to some cool new Python stuff. So as always, thank you for watching, thank you for putting with me being this long about Python list, because they're very important, and as always, thank you for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we are going to talk about tuples. Now, tuples are something that is similar to lists, but once when you construct them, you cannot change elements in them. Why do you want to use such a thing? Because of speed and simplicity, like when you have some kind of configuration files and so on. So let me just shut up and actually type one tuple. So tuple names, and you can use any other name you like. So how you gonna create it? Use one left bracket, normal one, and one right one, and then just state that those elements. Samantha or Beyonce. How to type Beyonce? I mean, I'm not into music, so I don't know. Madonna, uppercase Madonna. Respect for Madonna, uppercase. So another thing is, yeah, like Michael or John, I don't know, who cares? 3 of them are pretty much enough. So how am I sure that this is actually tuple? Well, print type tup names, and result will be class tuple. See, that works. So this is primary way. Just remember, left normal, right normal, and elements in it in a single or double quotes separated by comma. Okay, so you will probably say, is there a same way as when we are creating lists, when you can use, you know, 2 lefties and 2 righties, and then you can type like a tuple in front of it? Well, yes. So let's actually create like a backup tuple, and 2 lefties and 2 righties, and then Anastasia and I don't know, Patrick or something. So let's now print there the type of backup tuple. Okay, and result will be class tuple. So that works. Just remember, you can evade typing tuple here, but it's advised. Okay, and the result will be pretty much the same right now. So my advice is to not to use this approach, because if nothing else, you need to type tuple and then once more of left bracket and once more of right bracket. So you're typing here more than you need. My advice is just, you know, stick with the basic primary option of creating tuples and lists and sets and dictionaries, and you will pretty much be good to go. And don't worry, we will learn about sets and dictionaries in one of the next tutorials. So I said we cannot change elements in them, so let's try to do that. Like tup names, and we want to change position 0, which is Samantha, to like John, which is stupid, you know, but you know, who cares. And let's run our script, and we have error. So tuple object, and in Python everything is object, does not support item assignment. Remember that. So the next thing is, well, can we use some other approach, like can we say type names dot append and then John or something else? Can we use that? Well, let me see. No, tuple object has no attribute append. Well, that's a kind of stoic approach to things in a programming language. So the next thing is, can you delete element? Well, delete tup names at position 0, and the result will be tuple object doesn't support item removal, deletion. So just remember, if you need something fast that you cannot change because you will use it for some kind of static thing or configuration files in electronics or something, I don't know, just use tuple and you will be good to go. So they're like things carved in stone that are fast. I don't know how that makes sense, but you know, it is. They are fast and they are static. Okay, so I think yeah, so you'll probably say, then what kind of options I can use on them? Well, let me see. You can type the length of them, names, and then len, and you will get the result of 3. And you can also check existence of specific content in tuples using if, for example, Samantha is in tup names, then print there she is, or backup alternative will be like print, oops, she's gone, or something like that, I don't know. CLS, and let's run our script. There she is. And pay attention about cases, uppercase, lowercase. Now the result will be she's gone. I mean, we are searching for something that doesn't exist, basically. So don't worry, we will talk about if and else in one of the next tutorials. I think that's a 6 minutes tutorial. Basic stuff about tuples is enough in one go. So in the next tutorial we'll also talk about tuples, but we'll go more into depth about some other operations we can do with the tuple. So I don't want to go to 10 and 15 minutes again, so I'm just trying to cut tutorials here. So thank you for watching. As always, thank you for support, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn two new things: how to grab number of occurrences of specific element using count function, and how to grab indexes of specific element if we know actual element but we don't know position. So that's what we are going to do. So first, results of counting will be, we will get it when we type tup the names, but because that's the object on we are working on, whatever. So that's the new thing we are learning, count. And then let's state specific element, which will be like a Samantha. And now we will print that results of counting for Samantha, and the result will be obviously 1. Why 1? Because there is only one Samantha. Now you can also beautify a little bit your report. So you can say number of Samanthas is, I don't know, this. Okay, so number of Samantha is 1. Now this is hard-coded things pretty much, but for simplicity reasons it's nice for illustration. So that's when you are searching by actual element. But we also have another thing, and that is if we know our element, how to get position of that element. For example, we have 100 things here. So results of indexing equals tup names dot index. That's the new function. Okay, so this was count and this was index. So let's say that we are grabbing a position of Madonna, and then we will print, for example, number or position of Madonna is results E. And now let's run our script. So position of Madonna is 1 because 0, 1, we have Madonna at position 1. So that's kind of easy thing to understand. So here's the question: can we grab things from keyboard to check positions and indexes? Well, yes. So x equals input enter element to check, for example, and then you will see print, for example, number of them, and you will say tup names dot count dot x, and also you can apply same logic down there, like a position of them type names index. And now result will be for Michael, the number of them is 1 because we have only one Michael, and that's cool. And position of them, position of Michael is at 2, so 0, 1, 2. So that works. So just remember, this confuses you that we have learned two things here, count and index, and we can also use the same approach here in if-else statement. So in the last tutorial we have hard-coded things, but now we can say if x in top names, then we will print something stupid and generic like OK, and backup or alternative will be, for example, not OK. Something stupid like that, who cares? So enter element to check Michael. OK, and there is a Michael here. So let's also check immediately, not just if there is a Michael there, but what's the occurrence of Michael, like print count, and what we need to type is top names and then count, okay, of that specific x. And we can also down there say position type names index of that specific x, and enter element to check Samantha. So we have Samantha. Where is it, Samantha? At position 0. Okay, that's correct. And how many of Samanthas we have? One Samantha, and there she is. So if you don't understand this, don't worry, you will get that over time anyway. Or of course you can check a couple of more times this tutorial. You can even put it on piece of paper to easily understand it, but you know, don't worry too much about this, because you will learn this in that way or another. So as always, thank you for watching, thank you for subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about sets. Now remember, in the mathematical classes in the school or wherever you are, like college, university, the sets are the things that hold specific elements, and the only thing that is important that you either have elements there or you don't have them. So actual position mathematically is not important. So it's like you have a circle and you have some dots, and those dots are either in that circle or they're outside. Okay, so either you have them here or they are here. So if you have, for example, just imagine that you have a couple of these things here and a couple of these here. So the question arises, are some of them in both of these like windows, or if they are, what they are? I mean, that's the kind of theory. So classical mathematical, you know, approach. So that means that there is no double values in sets. So that's kind of theory. So let's create one set, like colors. We will not deal anymore with names, because I'm not into, you know, names, music, movies, and so on. So I'll just go with the colors because they are kind of neutral. So how and what kind of brackets we are going to use here? Well, this one, curly brackets. So remember, every time when in someone else's code you see curly brackets, we are talking about sets. Okay, now the groups when there is no double values in them. So let's say color, like green, like yellow, and red, and black, and so on. So how to know exactly, if you're a beginner, that you're talking actually about sets? Well, you already know that. Print type colors, and result will be set. See, set. So it's not tuple, it's not list. So if you're confused, just use this to check your source code or someone else's source code. So can you use that backup alternative, like backup colors like this? Okay, can you use that? Well, let me see. So white, and I don't know what else colors we have. I'm not creative, like not green but blue, something like that. So if you type print type like backup, then what you see is that you have typo. So don't forget to type here set. Okay, so the moment when you see this color which is same like this one, that means that thing is included in Python, or you have defined that thing, that function, that method somewhere else in this source code or in some other module file, I mean external thing, external definition. So my advice, as always, just use this primary option and you will be good to go. Now check this out. When you print elements of colors, the result will be this: yellow, green, red, black. Now let's run multiple times this program. Now the elements are there, but their position are totally changed. So let's do that again, and let's do that again, and let's wait a little bit to something happen on the PC, and then again. See, so the elements are there, but their positions are not important. So think about this as a one big circle where you have individual elements. So positions, none. Elements are there, that's cool. Elements are not there, that's also important. Now about double things, check this out. We have black again, and yeah, so that's nice for illustration. But now when you print your set, the result will be only 4 of them, and you have 5 of actual elements, but in reality there is 4 of them. Why? Because sets doesn't care about how much of these you have, it will count only 1. So the thing is that you will use your sets only when you care about individual existence of something, and you will do specific calculations on that unique things. So that's kind of theoretical background. Individual elements, individual unique operations. Okay, next thing, can you employ if else also here? Well, yes, let's go quickly to that. If green in colors print okay, and we will not continue with else and other options because you know that from last tutorial. So let's just hit the road, and okay, we have green in our colors. So I think 6 minutes already, damn it. Look, I'm gonna render this video because I don't want to go to 10 or 15 minutes again. We will talk in the next tutorials in depth more about sets, because they are very important if you're more interested in mathematics than in actual programming. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's talk more about sets because they are very interesting, especially if you are interested in mathematics. Now, the difference between lists, tuples and sets is that you can change things in lists and sets, but you cannot change lists in tuples. Now, another difference is you have indexes in lists, for example, but you don't have indexes, I mean positions, in sets because they're not needed. You will get that over time. You can even put that on a piece of paper, but you know, let's continue with our tutorial. So how to add new things to our sets, because we can do that. We will add one thing here, so colors.add, okay, and string will be new color, which is like orange, and let's print our status now. Okay, so that works. If you wait 2 or 3 seconds, the order will be totally messed up because order is not important. Now, some new people will say, well, what will happen if I type, you know, indexes here, like print colors from position 0, and then you will get this Not surprised, but you know, information, type error, set object is not subscriptable. So don't even think about indexes here. There is no such thing. They are totally not needed. Now, some people will say, well, if we can add one thing here, can we use the same approach to add multiple stuff? So let's try that. Orange red is a new color, for example. And let's run our script. So we have a problem. Add takes exactly one argument and you have given 2 or more, for example. So you cannot use add to add multiple things, only for one thing. So what is the solution? Solution is to not use add but update. So update is like a kind of, you know, turning this our simple set into kind of database. So what will happen now? Let's see. We will have all these characters here totally messed up. So not just that we have splitted this, we have dispersed that also all over the place, because check this out, the order will be totally messed up again. See? So that's not good, that's not what we need. So what is the solution? What's the approach? The approach is to use combination of normal brackets plus angle, or what's the term, square brackets, right? So square brackets inside of normal brackets, and our result will be something that is cool and usable. Can you use more? Well, let's see. More and more and more, and the result will be that you can do that. So there is more here. So the next thing, can you somehow grab things from keyboard? Well, sure. So let's actually do this for both of these colors. Like X will be input enter color X, like a new color for X, and we will also use a similar approach for Y, and down there we will remove this direct hard-coded strings, and we will use actual things that we have grabbed from keyboard. So when you are doing that, there is no need to enclose these X and Y in a single or double quotes, because that's already done here. Why? Because by default this will produce strings. So CLS and new color for X, like orange and orange red, and there you go, you have your things done. Now, can you use len, like to check the length of your set, like it's case with the tuples and strings, ordinary strings and lists? Well, sure, you can do that. So let me just, yeah, let's delete this, and you can say colors are, for example, colors are, and you will just list those colors and print number of colors or number of elements. You will just say len and then colors, and that will be pretty much it. So that's cool, and order will be again totally messed up. So anyway, I'm gonna cut here and render and see each other in the next tutorial, where we will also talk about sets, because there is a couple of other functions we can use. So thank you for watching, and see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to remove things from our sets in 2 ways, actually 3 ways. So let's put this into some kind of header, like print. Either you can type print and this, okay, so this is like a hard-coded header, but you can also do this, like you will repeat that specific symbol, which can be anything. It's totally up to you. You can repeat that, for example, 50 times, and the result will be pretty much the same. So this is kind of time saver. So we have our header. So let's go. Now, how to remove, for example, yellow color? You will say color dot remove and that actual color in quotes, because that must be string, yellow, and after that we also need to print our results, like after party results, colors, yeah, colors, TLS, and there you go. We have 3 elements here, and here we have 4. So let's actually do this, because it's kind of nicer to know. TLS, and now we have that visual kind of confirmation, numeric confirmation. So what if for some reason you forget, if you wanna delete multiple times the same thing, basically? Can you do that with this line multiple times? If you have really long source code, so you just forgot what you have done in upper part of source code. So let's see. You will run pretty much into error. So see, this is the problem. Colors.remove yellow will not work on a line 8 pretty much. So how to solve this issue? Is there any way to solve it? Well, yes. So you can actually use discard here. Discard, and so this is kind of safe failover. Is that correct term? I don't know. CLS, and now everything works fine. So some people will say, well, can I use this at the first place? Well, sure. Discard, and the thing will work. Now, why do we want to use remove, and why do we want to use discard, or when? Well, you will use remove when you're absolutely sure what you're doing. For example, if you're an expert, or your code is very short, but discard is a kind of safe thing to do. So it's absolutely up to you what you're gonna do. Now, next thing, how to clear everything. And you probably know this command. You will just type colors.clear, and after that we need to print our results after clearing, and let's run our script. And there you go. After clearing, the set is empty but still exists. Okay, it still exists, and number of colors is 0. So if you want to remove your set, you will say delete colors, and after that you can type something, and the result will be error. Why? Because name colors is not defined, so there is nothing to check. So this will not work. Okay, but this will work without any kind of problems. Why? Because this is a final decision, and we are after that not using colors. So everything up to here will work, and this will work, but after then you can use your colors. Okay, see? So that works, and now you cannot do anything with the colors. It doesn't just exist. So the next thing, you probably know this, but you know, let's just do it. See, in a part when we have removed a couple of things, can we use something from keyboard? And you probably know about this at the top of your mind. So x equals input, like what to remove, and you'll put that x down there, and operation will be successful. So we actually need to confirm that. Print colors. Okay, CLS. What to remove? For example, black, and green, red, and yellow is a state of colors right now. So that's pretty much it. You can go with if else, you know, here, or something that you have learned from tuples and lists up to now, but you know, it's a relatively easy stuff to do. You don't need to do that, just save a little bit of time, a little bit of nerves, and see next tutorial where we will learn about dictionaries, or in some languages they say hashes. So it's not a type of drug, it's a, you know, thing similar to database, when you have on one side you have keys and on another side you have values, like some similar database. Not similar, but simple. Yes, I'm just gonna shut up, render this video. Thank you for watching as always, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about dictionaries, and dictionaries are extremely important in Python and in programming in general. Why? Because they are kind of small databases that you can put either directly in your source code, or you can extract them from some external file. That can even be in a file that is archived, like with rar or zip or something like that. So yeah, let's just go to create one dictionary using this approach. So you will use curly brackets, and inside you will have a left side and a right side. So let's do that. For example, name will be Anastasia, and after that another element will be, I don't know, social security number or just number, it's totally up to you. 1 2 3 4 5 6 or something like that. So how to print everything? You'll just print DBA, and that's pretty much it. So just remember, this is a pseudo code for creation, like name and curly brackets, left side and 2 dots, and right side. So the terminology here is, this is a key and this is a value. Now the reason we have keys is to provide us option to extract values, because you can have hundreds of stuff in your dictionary, which is a small database. So how to do that? Like an instruction, you will say print DBA, and then you will state inside of angle brackets that key, and the result will be this one, Anastasia. You can also beautify your hard-coded report. Name is, and comma, and then that will work too. Now you'll probably say, how you gonna remember all these things with the normal brackets and square brackets and curly brackets? Well, remember when you have a list, some kind of list, so when you are extracting things from that list, you will say, for example, print that list, and I'm just using uppercases here, but who cares, and you will say list, and then inside of square brackets you will say that position. Okay, now this is the same approach. You're using angle brackets, but you are not staying, you're not stating number, you are stating actual string. Okay, so that's important. I mean, it's a similar thing. There must be some way of how to distinguish things, and of course how you look at it, the dictionaries are more complicated than lists. You know, lists are just a bunch of elements, and now we have a complicated thing. In one element we have two things. So yeah, the next thing will be, can we basically combine a couple of these extractions in one function? We are here using print, but we can also use another more serious function. Well, yeah, let's just simplify things here. So we will extract based on the name, and we will extract also that social security number, and the result will be pretty much what we need. Okay, now also you can put here like some arrow, like some mainframe report, like I don't know, something like that. Okay, CLS, and there you go, it looks more nicer immediately. Okay, next thing, can you change values inside of dictionary? Are they mutable? So let's do that. Okay, DBA, and inside of these square brackets you will state that specific value, key, left side, and after that you will add another value. Okay, so left side is always somehow connected with keys, and right side is connected with actual or values that you're going to set right now. So let's change the name of the person to, I don't know, Michael or something. So now when you print the DBA name, well, the result will pretty much be Michael here, okay? And if you print everything, Michael will be, of course, the new in that dictionary, okay? So don't confuse these things. This is just the original one, and this is end result. So that works. Now, next question. Now, is there any way to actually extract like alternatively these values based on case? Well, yeah. So let me show that. You will say print DBA, and then you will not open these brackets, okay? You will say dot and then get, and in normal brackets you will state that key, and then the result will be Anastasia. So it depends how you think about it, what kind of syntax is closer to your way of thinking, but you can, you know, combine things at the end of the day. So it just depends how you like it. Now, in next tutorial we will also talk about dictionaries, but I just don't want to go to 10 minutes again. So as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next one. Hello YouTube, let's work more with dictionaries. In this tutorial we will learn how to get new elements in our dictionary first, and then how to remove them. So DBA, and then you need to state a new key, for example address of person, okay, and after that actual value as a string, of course, and address will be, I don't know, no name, street, like 123 or something silly like that. And let's also add here like a telephone, okay, and that will be of course number, right? So now let's check our dictionary totally, print DBA, and let's see what will be a result. Oops, what was the name of script? My stuff.py. And there you go, we have address as a string and telephone as a integer, right? So that's kind of easy thing to understand. Just use name of your dictionary, then square brackets, and inside key and equal sign, and then actual data. So kind of small database, right? Next thing is, let's delete, for example, social security number. So the approach here is name of our dictionary, okay, and then dot, and we will call pop, and inside of normal brackets we will state the key we want to delete, so SSN, and that will be pretty much it. So now when I run our script result will be dictionary without social security number or something like that. It's totally not important, right? So you will probably say, oh yeah, I know that pop thing from when we were working with lists. Well, when you're working with lists you will use pop to remove things from behind, okay, but in a dictionary context the pop is action to remove anything at any place pretty much. So the question you will ask will be, well, is there something similar like pop in a list in a dictionary, so that can remove only that thing from behind, like last element? Well, yes, and we are going to use okay, let's use here DBA pop item, okay, because there must be some way to distinguish operations from lists, so you don't confuse yourself, okay? So pop item, and then you don't need to pass any kind of arguments here, because pop item will be just used for one thing, to remove things from behind of your dictionary. So that's, you don't need more information about that. It's just function dedicated to do that. Okay, so CLS, and let's run our script. So there is not telephone, okay, no telephone, and if you run 2 times more pop item, then you will remove first telephone and then address, and then our dictionary will be like it was in original, right? So let's do that, and there you go. So now what's the catch? Okay, can you check the number of things in your dictionary? Let's test that. I mean, you know this len stuff. So the result need to be 2, because first we have added 2 things and then we have removed those 2 things, and now we are at the base basically. Okay, next thing. How to clear all elements at once, and you also know that, but let's just type it. Yeah, we can do that here. dba.clear, and then you don't need anything in arguments because this is a kind of self-sustaining function with only one task. And now result will be down there 0 because our dictionary doesn't have any elements. So print dba, and you will only get brackets as result. Brackets meaning there is nothing in it, and here is that confirmation. So can you use delete to delete your dictionary? Well, yes, and you will say del dba, and everything will be fine right now. So you don't have anything to work with. Again, if you try print dba, you will run into error. So name dba is not defined, of course, because we have deleted it totally from a memory of our PC. Right, so just remember that you will use this to add things, dba pop to remove that specific key, I mean element based on a key, pop item will remove things from behind, db clear obviously for deleting everything, yeah, len to extract the number of things, delete, this is pretty much self-explanatory, but there is one thing here. See, when we are doing addition, you can also use keyboard for that, like for example, key equals input new key, okay, and value equals input new value. Is this how to write value in English? Yeah, value. Okay, so dba will be key equals v. See, because this is the same pretty much principle. Here we are hard coding things, and down there we are just grabbing things from keyboard. Okay, and let's actually print our stuff then. Print dba after that to confirm results. So let's go. New key, and I also need to have here some kind of space. Okay, so sorry about that. CLS, oops, CLS. Yeah, new key. I don't know, like what I need to type. IBM, I don't know, that's the first thing on my mind, and new value will be mainframe. Okay, enter, and there you go, we have IBM with their mainframes. Why this is in my mind at the first, you know, look is probably because I'm thinking about turning something into mainframe that I have around the house, like a PC into mainframe kind of applications or something. So I need to work on that, and that's the project, a long-term project, but we'll see what's gonna be. So it's a funny thing, I have this in my mind all the time, you know, maybe there is a reason for that, I don't know. So yeah, 7 minutes long tutorial. I think that you have learned a lot about dictionaries. They are very, very useful, and you will use them pretty much a lot in combination with lists. The fact is that you will use tuples and sets a little bit less, but still it's good to know that you can use them if you need them, if you like them. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up as always. Thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about something that is crucial to understand, and that is if else combinations. So we are talking about checks. We are checking different things, and based on that we are doing or not doing some action. So let's say we have two numbers, and those numbers are, in this simple possible scenario, they are not equal. So how to check if they are what kind of relationship they have, and based on that relationship we will do something like if x is smaller than epsilon, then we need a new level of indentation automatically, and then you can say something like hard-coded report like x is smaller than epsilon. Of course you can use actual values before and after the single quotes, I mean string, but for simplicity reasons I will just go with this, with hard-coded kind of report. So that is one option, but we have another option possible, like when they are equal and when epsilon is smaller than x. Right, so the simplest possible way that all beginners will understand is this one. If x is bigger than epsilon, so right now we are just using ifs, okay, but it's not correct way to use them exclusively. So if x is more than epsilon, you will type print x is bigger than epsilon. Right, and there is a third solution, the only one possible solution in this case when we are comparing two numbers, okay, two numbers, is if x equals epsilon. Now two symbols of equality, because this is how you check things when you are dealing with numerics, okay. So two symbols of equality. So this is only one possible option, there is no more than this, and you will just type print they are equal. Okay, and let's run our script if I didn't mess something up. Right, x is smaller than epsilon, so let's change our values to so they can be same, and the result will be they are equal. So this part is activated. So every time when one part is activated, when one part is true, the other things are not true. So think about this as a source code paragraphs. If one is correct, then another paragraphs can't be correct, okay. So I mean you can think about that in that way. Variables, yeah, that epsilon is a smaller number, and then x is bigger than epsilon, which is obvious. So this is really simple and not advised to use if. So you will use if at the start of your comparisons, okay, and in between you can use as many as you like of else ifs, okay, short for elif. So you can have 10 of them if you like, right? And after that you can use only one else, and that is like ultimate the last possibility. So else, and you don't need to check anything into else, because that is the only possible option. So there is nothing to check anymore. You have everything on a piece of paper, like developed, like algorithm. So there is no even need to think about that. There is no more, like a fate no more or something, I don't know. As I said, I'm not into music. So let's run our script, and x is bigger than epsilon, and all other things will work. I mean values will work as they need to work. Now what will happen if for some reason you put some checks here, like x equals epsilon? Will that work? Well, no, invalid syntax. So there is no need to type anything after else. I mean numbers, either they are different or they are same, so there is no fourth option, right? And some people will say, oh, there is probably a trick, can we use the brackets here, and result will be invalid syntax. So can you remove this space and will it work? And result will be invalid syntax. So just remember that else is the final destination, final option, and there is no more. Right, so Next thing, we can also grab things from keyboard, like input. Please enter X, and also let's use that to save ourselves a little bit of time. Please enter Y, and now check what will happen. You probably don't expect this, but check what will happen. Let's say that you run this script and you say 5 is X and 105 is Y. So check this result. X is bigger than Y. How the hell is that even possible? Well, it is, because remember, every time when you are grabbing thing from keyboard and you're not specifying type, it will be used as a string. Let me prove that. Check this out. Print type X, and down there you have type of Y. So let's repeat our script. 5 and 105. So we are dealing with strings, but we don't need strings because this is kind of mathematical operation. So what you're gonna do, the simplest possible solution is just type integer here or float, okay, and also here, yeah, and now you will get nice results. CLS, please enter X and Y, and there you go. Now the thing works. So let's try again. 105, they are equal, and again please enter X, like yeah, 105 and 20, and everything works fine. So just remember, because we are at the end of this tutorial dedicated for else if thing, you'll have one if, and then you have many else ifs. Elif, I don't know how many of them, it's up to you, and then you will have only one else option. Okay, so that's kind of stupid pseudo structure, but you get the point, right? So you can practice a little bit this, because I mean you'll use this all the time. Trust me, all the time, and in your source code, in other people's source code, if statements and for statements for each and while loops and so on, you will use them all the time and you will understand them, okay, because they are simple to understand in basics, and after that you can develop on complexity and so on. But once you get the point how to grab things from keyboard, how to use them into if, in a for loops and so on, then you'll do many other complicated things without any problem. So I'm gonna shut up as always. Thank you for watching, thank you for support and subscription, blah, blah, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, today we will talk about while loops. While loops are extremely important in Python and programming in general, because they will provide you option to do something constantly. They can also be very dangerous if you don't specify what they will do. So let me explain. Let's say that we have 0 in variable x. So that's a fact, that's a reality. 0, right? So while x is less than 10, okay, that's how you construct your simple while loop, you will print, for example, this will run all the time. This will run all the time, okay? Now, because this is always true, x is 0, so 0 is always less than 10, and this is always true, this line of code will become very dangerous. So check this out. When I run the script, you will see piles and piles of pages and pages of results. Now you will probably say, well, what's the point, who cares? But try to stop this application. Can you do that somehow? Well, you can go to X and try to press Ctrl C. If in my case I press it once, the thing will constantly run again and again, and now after 3 times I managed to stop it. So they can be very hard to stop. That's the one thing. Another thing is they took a lot of resources from hardware. Let me explain. So this is my CPU usage, okay, And this was the spike when we were using our little script. So check this, what's gonna happen. Now normally my CPU usage is around 5%, even less, because I have a relatively decent PC. But the moment when I run this ill-constructed while loop, and official name is infinite loop, check this. Okay, now usage will go to 21%, and this is just 3 lines of code. So imagine how much of damage can be done by some people who will use while loop to some ill intentions. Okay, so let's stop our script. Right, check this. Okay, right. So here's the question: why people want to use such a thing? Well, maybe if they are ill-intended, they want to produce some simple script to DDoS basically couple of machines out there, or to send viruses that will produce another viruses, and so on. And normal programmers, like, they will use it to grab interactively user input constantly, and based on that input to do something, and so on. We will learn about that. But let me explain a couple of more things here. So this is infinite loop, but how to stop normally in source code your loop? How to define something? Well, let's say that we want to print here that specific x in every new pass up to 10. So how to construct that? You will say down there x in the next pass that will be existing x plus 1, and this is simplest possible thing. Of course you can say plus 100 plus 1 million and so on, but this is very easy thing to understand. So the beginning stage is that we have x which is 0, and the execution will go like this: 0, and then x will be turned into 0 plus 1, which is 1, and next pass 0 plus 0 will be 2, and next pass 2 plus 1 will be 3, and so on up till 10. Okay, so let's run our script, and we just basically get the list of numbers one after another vertically. Let me show to you. See, so it works. Now the reason you don't have a 10 here is because our starting position is 0, so you can also change that to 1, and then result will be, well, sorry, the same thing, sorry. So the thing what you need to do is add here plus 1, okay, or just type 11, and then you will get what you need. Right, so as I said, this is simplest possible scenario, but it is very nice for illustration. Right, next thing. Let's turn this kind of script into something useful. I mean useful, yeah. The script that will couple of times run our calculator in my machine, for example 3 times. So how to do that? Well, I will introduce you here to a couple of new lines. You don't need to understand everything, but it is just to have that overall picture. So I will import OS module, and this is how you grab things from external world. And in that OS module there is a thing that will help you to run internal applications. Right, and how to do that? You will say os.system, meaning we will grab that specific thing from our system. About what kind of system we are dealing here, that's not important. And in Windows normally we have calculator. So calc, okay, and x equals x plus 1. So every time up to, let's say, 5, we will run our calculator, because first pass the calculator will be run, the next pass again, the next pass again, and the next pass again, and so on up till 5. So let me show that to you. Calculator, 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 and so on. So here is a 1, here is a 2, here is a 3, here is a 4, here is a 5. Now you can also, for example, do something stupid and dangerous. So I'm gonna do that. You don't need to do that. I will just put a pressure on my system. Like I'm gonna ping like DOS my own system. So to do that, I will just say I will ping for one number of packet my localhost. So this N1 means that I will send in a ping signal, I will send only one packet, so not 4, which is default, up till 5 passes. So 5 times I will ping, I will DDoS DOS my own machine. So this is not DDoS, it's not distributed stuff, this is just local DOS, okay? So there you go, see, it's very, very fast. Now if I remove this one packet, which is defined by N1, then default is 4 packets in one ping. So I will have 20 kind of pings here. So check this out. Okay, this will be 1, and so on, up till 5 of groups. So if you have some kind of firewall or IDS or something, maybe your system will react. I don't know, but this is simplest possible way that is really nice illustration. So don't be, don't be extremely dumb and use this on some servers out there and domains. Okay, don't do that. You'll be, busted like immediately, because you will end up in logs. Okay, so do this with your own machine, and don't even do that. I have done that for you here. Yes, I think that you get the point now. So just remember that you will use while loop every time when you wanna something to run automatically, either until you abruptly break it, or you define what needs to be done to stop that application directly inside of your source code. If you don't understand this, don't worry. We will talk about while loops more. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. Thank you for watching, for subscription and so on. Please don't fire up ping in outside world. Okay, don't change this. Don't go to 5 million or 5,000 here. Don't end up in jail. Okay, so thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. In this tutorial we will learn about break and continue. Now you will use break when you wanna cut execution of your loop somewhere in the middle at specific step, and we will use continue when we wanna skip specific pass. Okay, so that's kind of theoretical background, and let's go to our simple example because it's easier to understand. So let me just fix this from last tutorial. Okay, print X, and let me test our stuff. Okay, so that works, cool. Now every time when you wanna break execution, you will use if statement. So if x, for example, equals 5, so when while loop reaches that point, you wanna just stop there. So after that you need to type this. Now if you run your script, the result will be this, and that's fine, and that's nice, that works. But it is always nice idea, even when you are writing simple scripts, to have some kind of information either to you or to another user. So before breaking things, you need to have some kind of information like, I don't know, let me think. This is pass, and then you will just print that specific pass. Sorry, X. Okay, so next thing, and there you go, this is pass 5. So when that point of time arrives, when break arrives, first you will print this, and then end of a program, end of script. Now some people say, well, what will happen if you put some kind of activity after the break, like let me see what we can type here, like will this work, for example, and let's run our script. So That will not work because this is not in a service anymore. The moment when while loop reaches break, that's it, operation done, no more while loop. So it's a kind of thing to understand. Just associate this break with the end of your script, end of doing things, end of activity, and so on. It's easy to think about it mentally. I mean, always you think mentally what I am talking about. Anyway, so the next thing, continue. Well, the interesting thing about continue is that your actual counter will need to switch places with your activity. So let me explain. Let's remove this because I don't want to confuse ourselves. So we have some activity and we have counter. The thing is that when you want to use continue, in this simple scenario, you just want to put counter at the top and actual activity down there. So let me see, will that work? Okay, that will work. But you want to skip specific path. And again, you will use if statement here. So if x reaches 5, if x equals 5, you will just type continue. Okay? And observe what's gonna happen here. So here we have normal stuff, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So in the next path, what we will have is 3, 4, there is no 5, 6, 7, and so on. So of course you can multiply this a couple of times. If you don't like, for example, number 8, and you don't like I don't know, number 2, and then you run your script, the result will be there is no number 2, number 5, and number 8 here. Now of course that you can beautify this over time, you will learn how to do that, but I think that's really nice. It's really nice for illustration. So just basically remember, when you're doing break, okay, first you will have at the top of your while loop some kind of activity, and then at the end you will have counter. Okay, and when continue, at the top of your while loop you will have counter. Okay, here we go, and down there you will have activity. Now combinations are possible, but you will get that over time. And every time when you think that something in your code is kind of confusing, maybe it is just time to not type the code, but to put things on a piece of paper to see how you basically think about it, or even to have a couple of minutes of pause to just relax your mind and to think, is there any other way how to approach the solution of problem on your on which you are working. Right, so just remember, break, you'll end there, and continue, you will skip that. So that's kind of pseudo way of thinking about things. So yeah, I'm gonna pretty much shut up here. There is not much to say. While loops are not that difficult, but you know, over time you will just get better and better and so on. And after some time, as I said, until these tutorials, you will just stop thinking about it and it will become your second nature. So don't worry if this is kind of confusing. And if you don't really get that break and continue, then work just with a simple while loop without break and continue, and then over time you will get that story. Yep, I'm gonna shut up as always, and thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about for loops. Now they are extremely important, on the same level of importance as while loops and if statements and so on. So we will use them when we wanna extract individual things from, for example, lists, but all of them. So that's like automatic extraction of all of them, all elements. Let me explain. So we will define colors, and that will be classical list, nothing special here, you know that. Blue, for example, and yellow, and green. So what you have in your list, it's totally not important, this is just for practice. How to start with for loop? You will always type for, and then you will use name that need to represent generally these elements. So I often use X here. Some people use something else, even a little bit more things, but I just use X because it's a kinda abstract, so I don't need to even think about naming things here. I'm saving myself a little bit of time. After that you need to say in, and after that location when you are searching for, and in this case that will be our list colors, right? So after that you need to do something with that specific elements. In this simplest case we will just print them, and right here you'll have elements one after another. Okay, so every time when you are using for loop you will get vertical results like this and that and this and that one after another, right? So red, blue, yellow and green, and that works. So we're dealing with lists here. Can we use for loops on tuples? Well, of course, and the result will be pretty much the same. Okay, can we use them on sets? Well, let me see. We can, but remember, when we are dealing with sets, sets are like groups that there is no order in that group. So right now, after a couple of seconds, when we run our script, we will get same elements, but in different order, probably. See? Okay, different order. Again, different order. So, you know, sets are weird, but they are useful. Mathematical kind of stuff. So, yeah. In general, for loops are extremely useful for some kind of reports. Just think about list as some kind of MySQL database or something. So, for example, you will just say element is, and then X and CLS, and let's run our stuff, and there you go. So this is very simplified result. Now let's for example say that we have two IPs that we want to ping, okay, and we will use for loop to do that. So let me explain. Okay, IPs equals, and we will use this one inside the quotes, and also my router. So for X in IP, for example, we wanna use ping, so os.system, and we will reach for ping. The number of packets will be 1, and address will be plus that specific X. So what we are doing here is we are extracting individual IPs with X, and then we are passing that X to actual command. And let's import, because we need to do that, OS module, and in OS module we have option to call specific internal commands, applications. So if you don't understand this until now, don't worry, we will learn about that too, but this is very nice illustration that you can do really nice stuff with the for loop. So there you go, pretty much in a split of a second you have results. Now you can also introduce here like a pause, but well, yeah, let's do that. So in a module time, and module is just external thing, there is a sleep option which will basically put your execution of your part of code to sleep, to pause, and you will type, for example, time.sleep, and then how much of sleep? 2 seconds. So let's run our script now. See, 1 ping, 2 seconds, another ping. So that's kind of cool. You can also introduce here, well, let me see, you can print some kind of silly header like I always do. I don't know, let me see, what can I use from keyboard. Okay, CLS, and 1 ping, another ping, and there you go. Why I don't have that header because I didn't multiply it with specific number of times, because I am dumb as hell. Okay, 1 and 2 and so on. But just remember, if this confuses you, that pseudocode for loop will go like this. You will start with for some specific abstract x, I mean, yeah, not specific but abstract x or something else in that, which can be anything, set, tuple, dictionary, a list, whatever. Do something. Do something with that x. So that's pretty much about it. Now this thing need to be defined right here at the start of the program. So I don't want to confuse you anymore, and I think that 7 minutes is pretty much enough. You can just practice with a very simple example here. If you're confused, you know, you can just print those IPs, and that will also be very fine. Let me just clear screen, and there you go. You have immediately them on a screen. Very simple stuff. If you don't understand it, you will understand it over time. Don't torture yourself. Everything will be fine after a couple of hours or days. So yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about iteration through dictionary using for loop, because that's a little bit tricky, but still you will understand. So first let's create one dictionary, and let's say that yeah, I've just used colors again, but it will be dictionary. So color 1 will be I don't know, red, and color 2, which will be enough, will be some yellow. Okay, so if you say right now for x in colors, print x, now the result will not be whole dictionary. I mean, you'll just have part of element. Let me explain. See, so you have just keys. So by default you will get keys. Some people will say, well, what if you use something like this? For x, y in colors, let's print that x and y. Well, will that work? Well, no. Too many values to unpack. So here's the thing. There is a special dedicated options for dictionary. For example, when you want to extract only keys, you'll say colors.keys, okay, and then you will print that specific x, and then result will be color 1 and color 2, but you are using dedicated option key for this. So default is keys, but still if you want to be precise, you will use this addition. So following that logic, you can use also values. So I'm not inventing this. This is part of Python. You can't use anything else. Keys, values, and something else, and we will also learn about that too. So naturally, if you want to combine things here, like let me see, for x and y in colors.items, and that will encapsulate everything, both keys and values, then you can print either individual stuff, or the common sense will be to print both of those things. Okay, color 1 red, color 2 yellow. And naturally, when you are doing something like this, then you will say, you will create some kind of I don't know, report, probably something that looks nicer on eyes, something like this, or even yeah, print middle line times 50, and that works. And also you can do that down there, and what we'll get is more lines, so that's kind of nice. Right, so here's the thing to remember. When you want to extract only keys, you can use for x in that. But the better option will be to be precise, to use for x in that.keys, okay? And if you want to grab values, you'll say for x, well, I'm using x here, but you can use y in y or something else in values, oops, and that will work for values for right side. And if you want to grab everything, you will say for x, y, or a, b, whatever, in that items do something, but with both with x and y, okay? Now you will say, well, this is kind of simple, you know, I mean, so show me something more complicated. Well, let's say that we want to create a new list here, which will be empty, for example, keys, and that will be empty one for now, and empty values, and also that will be empty. So for x, for example, x in colors dot keys, you wanna append, so em key, you wanna append that specific x, and now when you print em of keys down there, you will get result into dedicated list. See? So that work, and this is list, okay, square brackets. So following same logic, you will say for y, for example, in colors dot values, okay, em v dot append that specific y, and down there you can say print em for values, and the result will be this one. So you will have two lists with dedicated keys and values, and right now you can do whatever you like with them. So I don't know what's that, but you know, think about some reasons. I'm pretty much blank right now because I need to go to sleep after all these tutorials. But it is important to note that just use keys, values, and items when you are working with dictionaries, and you will pretty much be fine. So thank you for watching as always, and because my mind is blank, see you next tutorial. I need to go to sleep probably, or I will do only one tutorial more and I will probably pass out. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about functions. Functions are extremely important in programming, and you will use them all the time, you will create them all the time. So their task is to do specific job very well, and they are like a dedicated worker in your company. So how to create them? You will say def and then space and name of your function, for example my function. Okay, and every time when you see this blue color, that means that you're messing around with creation of functions, because you will have def at the start. Now after that you will type just normal brackets. So there are two types of functions: the primary ones, the basic ones, very simple, and they just do something, and the functions that grab actual arguments, and arguments you will state them here. Okay, so your functions then will do something on these elements, okay, on these attributes, but we will learn about that in one of the next tutorials. So this is the simplest possible way. So this our function will just print stuff for simplicity reasons, like a print line 1, and let's also go to line 2 and line 3. Okay. And now, if you think that your program will run, well, it will, but let's check this. Okay, there is no results. Reason is, when you have function, that's not enough. You need to use it. You need to call it. And to do that, you will say my function and normal brackets, and you will always use that, the name of the function and normal brackets. There is no two dots here, okay, only in definition of function. And now you will get desired results. See? So that's cool. So here's the question. Can function use other functions? Well, sure. So let's define one of those functions, like def and triple. So the task of this function will be to run this function 3 times. Okay, and you'll just state the name of that original function, basic one, of course with the brackets, and you will do that for, I don't know, 3 times, right, because the name is triple. And now you need to call it. Okay, and that will work. TLS, and there you go. Because the results are kind of cryptic, that means that you can improve your original function by adding something. In this case, you can just add separator times 50, and you will get nicer result here. So that works. So can you mix these functions? Like on one line you will have this upgraded, and down there you will have normal ones. Can you do that? Well, yeah, sure, why not? So basically you are calling 2 individual functions. It's really not important because this function, triple one, grabs this function. Okay, so the result will be this one. We have 4 results. 3 of them are from triple, and this one is from my function. Okay. So next thing, let's create function that will ping some IP using while loop and function. I mean, yeah, so let's just shut up and type stuff. So def ping something. Okay, now there is the task of that function will be to grab something from keyboard. Okay, IP address. So enter IP. Okay, and after that we will issue the command os system ping, and let's say that we will ping for 1 packet, because default is a 4 packet. I think that on a Linux, if you're on a Linux, you will use here C and not N, but you need to check your manual. And after that you will say plus that specific X. So this function will work correctly now, but we need to import OS module. And OS module is the thing that provides us option to mess around with the system, among other things, to run external applications like calculator, ping, notepad, and so on. So now when you run directly, okay, directly, only once that ping, like this, the result will be enter IP, and I will say localhost, and there you go, there is execution. So the test is successful, we have our function running really fine. So let's use while loop, like while or loop, or sorry, for loop, for x in range 3, which basically means up till 3 passes, up till 3 occurrences of when you are counting, basically run something, and result will be ping something. I mean, not result, you are just stating what's gonna happen. Okay, so we are not using here print x, we are just running this function for 3 times. Okay, so CLS and enter IP, that's the first pass, so localhost, that works. And this is not end of the script, this is not break. Okay, here's another question from the system. So localhost, there you go, results, and again enter IP, which will be my router somewhere, and there you go, it works. And now this is the end of execution. We have 3 executions, which means this is done. Okay, now you will probably say, but I want to do that while thing. Well, let's go. So while true, and that means that our program will run constantly. So while true, ping something. That means that this script will always and constantly ask us about targets to ping. So TLS, and let's do that, like one pass, okay, another pass, again and again and again and again and again, until we say it's enough. And I will just break this program here by pressing Ctrl C, and now we have keyboard interrupt, and that's it. So here's the question: how to get out of the while loop? Well, this is what we need to do. We need grab something from keyboard so that program can ends, okay, and that something will ask us basically. So epsilon, and we will use just abstract epsilon here for user input. Do you wanna stop? Okay, and that will be question. And now if statement, so if epsilon equals yes, and that is what you need to type in your terminal, then you will break, okay, so you will stop that continuous while loop. So let's run our script and enter IP. Okay, that works. Do you want to stop? If you say yes, that's it, the program is done. So let me just briefly add here, for clarity reasons, some middle line, because I don't like a bunch of text in a terminal. So let's run our stuff again. Enter IP. Okay, that works. Do you want to stop? And when you say no or something else, for example no, again program will ask you. And do you want to stop? And you will say something totally stupid. Enter. Program doesn't care. Again IP. Do you want to stop? No, blah blah, localhost. And when you say yes, that's it, everything is fine. I mean, everything is done. So yeah, I think that was a nice tutorial. If you're confused with this while thing or something, you can practice a couple of times. And if you don't know too much about pinging and OS modules and system, don't worry, we'll learn that in the next tutorials, as always, as I promised. So just practice with simple printing inside of functions that are inside of other functions and so on. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna shut up, go definitely to sleep, render this video, and see you tomorrow in the next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about functions with arguments. As we said in the last tutorial about functions, there are two basic types, and I'm just using here generic names like normal ones. Normal ones will have just brackets and nothing in them, and they will do specific job. And they are upgraded ones or special ones or complicated ones. Okay, and they can grab one argument, and also you can have multiple arguments, okay, to do some operations on them. But please remember, when you're dealing with different arguments, you need to say, you need to use specific abstract symbol for them. So you cannot just say this, okay, it's stupid, it's cryptic and confusing. So use different symbols for specific arguments, okay. So yeah, that's kind of theoretical background. Let me create one function, and the task will be, for example, to just multiply number, but that same number, like name will be double, okay. And we will not use x here, because x is the same as multiplication symbol in this simple case, so I will just say number 1, okay. And the rest of it is pretty much the same as with normal functions. So you will say print, and then some information to user, like result of multiplication is number 1 times number 1, and that's pretty much it. So it is not just enough to have function, you need to actually use it. Okay, and we need to paste something here. So normally, because we are doing multiplication, we will paste here number, and the result will be 25, and that's fine. So some people will say, well, what's the big deal? I mean, why don't we write for every individual case individual functions? Well, that's the very nonsensical, because the purpose of function is to encompass all possible situation, like a generic solution, generic machine. So when you need specific case, you will use function that will solve that issue or problem, but you will not create function for all possible scenarios, okay? Because then you will need millions of functions with millions of different names, and then you need to remember them and put them somewhere. So that's why we need the functions. They're like a dedicated workers or in your imaginary factory. Right, so next thing, we are programmers and this is our source code, and we know that this function do multiplication. But what if we share this with someone who doesn't know that well programming? And what if that person say, well, let's multiply 5, which will be string. So the result will be pretty much nothing. Can't multiply sequence by non-integer of type string, which is generic error kinda, and that means pay attention about the data types you are passing to functions with arguments. So there is two options here. The one option, which is not that good, is for every individual situation to put, for example, integer here, okay, and then result will be fine. But you don't want to type that for every individual case you have. So you want to solve that on more strategic level, and that means put that data type conversion into your actual function definition in a function. So you will say something like integer, so you are transferring that something which is here into integer, and that's it. It's the moment when this is executed, this num1 is treated as integer. It's carved in stone, and from now on it will be used just like a whole number, okay? Integer. And now it's not important because we have string, because this is a string, there is a single quotes there, double quotes, whatever. Now the result will be accurate, 25, okay? And even better solution if you're doing some kind of precision work is just to use floats, okay? Now some people will say, well, can I solve this somewhere here? Well, let's see, can we do that actually? So yeah, let's type here float, okay? So you are trying here to solve this just in one place, like, can you do that? So let's actually remove this solution and let's see what's gonna happen. Will that work? And the result will be error, invalid syntax. So don't mess around with data types here, because this is the place just to grab arguments, and then when you grab them, then do something with them down there. So this is just the state arguments, okay? The simplest possible way to state them here. So don't complicate your life, right? Okay, next thing, functions with more arguments. For example, we will have number 1, number 2, and let's say we will use some string, because we can do that. Now this will be multiplication of one number, and let's actually multiply number 1 with number 2, okay? So we can do that, and down there we will print that third argument, that string. So actual text is, and then you will just say string. Now I'm just using here string like a verb, but you can use whatever you like. You can use blah 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 or whatever. So let's actually use that, blah blah blah, and this is kind of hard to type, blah blah blah. Try that, type fast. So now when we try to do stuff, we will run into error, because this function is missing two arguments, and they are required to operate correctly. So you cannot just put as much as you can arguments, like one day you have one argument, tomorrow you have 5, or something else. So if there is a 3 argument here, you must state them exactly like 3 times. I mean, not 3 times, but 3 different arguments. So the first number will be 5, and then comma, because there is a comma here and here, so that's how you delimit the thing. And then the second number will be 10, and the actual string will be something. I don't know, I'm not creative. So TLS, and result is name blah blah is not defined. Blah blah. Yeah, I told you so. So I'll just go with string. Man, why I do complicated my life for always? I mean complicate. So there you go, that works. The reason why I was evading this string, because that's so common thing, so people can mix these things, mix meaning of these things. So general idea is use something that is clear here. So even when total beginners, when they see your source code, they will say, oh yeah, I understand that on first sight, right? So don't use blah blah blah, right? Now see this multiplication here. Well, we have hard-coded operation, but we can also extract that basically. Let me explain. Like result, and you know this probably up till now, number 1 times number 2, and then you will not use this operation here directly, you will use it indirectly using res. Okay, res, and then the thing will also work. So that's cool. So basically, why do you use this approach? Because if you need to change something, you will change that in one line of code. You don't need to go down there in the rest of the source code to mess around and create possible errors. So you will change one thing, and that those changes will propagate it all over the place at once. So that's basically a good approach to save yourself a little bit of headache and time. Okay, so I think almost 10 minutes. In the next tutorial, the objective will be, let me see, where is that piece of source code from last time? Oh, I deleted it. Anyway, I was thinking about creating function that will ping IPs, and you will set IP as argument, and not just IP, you will also set the number of packets. So I'm gonna do that in the next tutorial. We also need to learn that. It's a cool thing to do. So anyway, I'm just gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, as I promised, let's create a function which will do custom pings. I mean, we will state in arguments our IP, destination, basically target, and the number of packets. So that's what we need to do. So def and the name of function, like custom ping or something else, it's totally up to you. And we need two arguments. So that will be IP and number of actual packets. So the command we need to issue to our system is os system, and then we need to construct our command basically. So before using os system, os module, we need to import it. Import os, meaning we are grabbing specific external source code, and in that source code we have system option which will be used to run applications like calculator, ping, and so on. So in original the ping will go like this. Okay, so this is like a pseudocode. Ping and n, and 1 will be number of packets, simplest possible case, and actual target IP. But that need to be enclosed into single or double quotes. Basically, this will be string that need to be passed to system. So that's how you construct things. Okay, so let's create that. First, we have ping, okay, and then space, and then n, and after that, do have space, because if you don't do that, then your command will be something like this, and that will not work, or something like this, and that will not work. Okay, so think about spaces. They are very important while you're constructing this kind of terminal action emulation or something. So after that we need a number of packets. Okay, that's integer, so packets. Okay, and after that we need a little bit of space. Okay, because we need a space here, and after that plus that specific IP. So when we pass in a function argument IP, that must be string, and this number must also be transferred to string. Okay, it is a number, but see, this is string all around. I mean, this is generally string, one big string. So everything here from actual data you need to transfer to strings to work. Okay, so let's actually see what's gonna happen if we don't use all strings in our command, if we mix things up. So custom ping, and IP will be localhost for testing purposes, and number of packets for simplicity reasons will be 1. So let's see what's up. Can only concatenate string and not integers to string, meaning let's transfer everything to strings. So this must be string, and you will do that with typing str, and you will enclose packets in str. So let's see what's up. So that works, everything is fine, clear screen. So if you don't use str here, is there any other option? Well, yes, but that's a dumb option, because in original arguments you need to enclose them into strings, right? So why to remember these things when you don't have to? Just construct your general action in your function in such a way that you don't need to think about that in the future. So str will solve the problem in long-term terms if you pass this script to some other people, you know, so they don't need to think about do they need to use single quotes in arguments or not, right? And the reason why you need to have IP as a string here is because these dots, because if you don't use strings, then you will not have two arguments, you will have something which is totally messed up. So let me explain. If you don't use strings, look at this mess, invalid syntax, and the Python will point you right here and say that syntax error is in question, right? So you know where to look to fix things. Okay, now what we can do? Well, of course, we can change number of packets, and we can use the same function basically on some other IPs. So that's kind of cool, no problem. Like my router, and number of packets will be 5. So clear screen, and before start of our kind of application, let's say print, and we will repeat this line for 50 times to have some kind of delimiter, right? So yeah, that works, and this will also work. Okay, so that's kind of cool. Now let's grab these arguments through keyboard. Can we do that? Well, sure. So okay, now IP input, please enter IP or IP destination, IP or target or whatever, and packets equals what? Input, number of packets to send, or just number of packets. That's simple. Now just remember that if you're on Linux and I think on BSD systems, that you will probably use C here. You need to check your manual pages about that. I don't know that on top of my mind. Yeah, so let's grab those things in a function. Oops. Custom ping IP and packets, and can we do something useful here? Please enter IP like that, and number of packets 10, and there you go, it works. Okay. Well, maybe 10 is too much. Yeah, I mean, if we have that much of packets, why not to use them? It's not that we are paying for them, you know, so. Now check this out. When we are stacking, what the hell I'm talking about? When we are creating function, we are using IP and packets, like those names for arguments. But down there, when you use, you can actually use something else. Okay, like x and y, and that will also work. But then those things must be also same here, x and y. Okay, and that will also work. Let's just, yeah, let's run stuff. Localhost, and the number of packets 2, and there you go. So see, 2 replies from localhost, lost 0, received 2, sent 2. That's cool. Yeah, well, that's pretty much it. So I don't want to bother you anymore. 8-minute tutorial, long enough. And as always, thank you for watching, thank you for subscription and support, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about returns from functions. That basically means that something that is done inside of function will be sent to external world, like in the same script for further processing. So the analogy is like you have a company, and worker in that company will finish, for example, some product, and then after that person is done, it will send that product to another company for further processing. Right. So normally you will say something like this. So this is simple normal function that will do something directly. Okay, so we will have immediate result in our terminal. There you go. But when you are creating a function with returns, you will go like this: def external, and external, that basically means you can use any kind of name you like. So I'm just using external. Now we will grab one thing, one argument, and we will do something with that argument. For example, we will add that number to, well, same number. So number 1 plus number 1. And now you will not say print add. You can do that, but don't do that, because then that will be simple function. You will say return add. And now that add is ready for further processing. So how to grab that add? Well, if you say external 10, for example, what's gonna happen is pretty much nothing on the screen. Reason is we are not putting results of this operation somewhere. So let's say we are going to say results will hold of this, I mean rest will hold the results of this function. And that is not enough. You also need to use it, like indirectly. Print results. And now everything will be fine. So that's normal result, like 10 plus 10 is 20. So that's kind of cool. Now next question. Can you have functions with multiple returns? Well, sure. For example, let's say mul as a multiply, number 1 times, well, that same number, okay, and then just comma and mul, and then how to extract both of these results. I mean, of course you can have them more, but yeah. So print external, and then 10, and you will have 2 results right here. So normally this will yield 20, and this will yield 100, because 10 times 10 is 100. So what is next? Yeah, see these normal brackets? That means that we are talking about tuple as a result. So how I know that? Well, check this out. Type of execution is tuple. So that's cool. Now, why am I saying that? Because that means that you can extract things from this tuple using positions. let me explain. For example, we have x that will be a result on position 0, and we have epsilon that will be a result on position 1. So let's put results here, and that means you will just call your application, I mean function. And now you can use that thing individually, like print x, and that will yield 10 plus 10, 20, okay? And down there you can use epsilon, and that will yield normally 10 times 10, which is 100. So that works. Now some people will say, well, what's the purpose? I mean, but just think about that with one results you can have many other processes. For example, you will extract one thing from database, and then you will process them in so many places in your application or in another applications, and then you will send them to different, for example, databases or further scripts and so on. So this is very simple example. So is there any way to directly like print individual results from your function that are returned? Okay, so yeah, what you need to do is say print external, and the argument will be 10, and then you will say what index do you need. So 0, and down there 1, so result will be 20 and 100. Why? Because normally you will get that into typo. Print external for 10 as argument, normally that will give you typo here. Okay, so if you don't understand this, just practice with one return, and then you can gradually go to multiple returns, and then use multiple returns with multiple arguments and so on. So if you have any kind of question, write that down in a comment section below, and I will answer, or someone else who knows the same thing will answer, and so on. Just please don't be scared, okay? This is very simple stuff, and you will learn that over time. So stick with the simple thing, stick with one argument, and then practice with that one return, and you will gradually improve your skills. And remember that what you have got from return is just a tuple if you have multiple returns, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna shut up and probably go to sleep. Okay, so thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about iteration using two new commands, iter and next. So basically we will have some list, for example, you know this from tutorials up till now, with elements red and I don't know, blue and yellow. Okay, so normally you will say for x in range or for x in colors do something like print x, and that's cool, you know, that will work. Now when you are using iteration, you will first create some kind of rotator, and I'm using here name rotator as a part of electromotor, you know, something that spins. So you will say iter, and iter on what? Iter on target, which will be colors. Okay, now how to use this thing? Well, you will say, for example, print, and then next, okay, and then a rotator. So that's kind of intermediate iteration using two new commands, right? So result will be red, and because list is indexed thing, that means, well, normally you can grab things by index, and when you issue one command after another, well, this iteration will follow that indexing basically. So let me explain. So see, no matter how much times I run this stuff, I will get always same order. But the moment when I have more iteration than elements, then we will run into this thing. which will be error, like well, warning basically. So iteration is stopped there. Right, so you will probably say, well, what's the usage of it? Well, let me think. For example, you have a couple of IP addresses and you just wanna ping first two. Let's actually do that. Like you have one address and another address, and then third one, which will be router. Okay, and then the name must be IPs, something meaningful, and rotation for all these elements will go like this. So that works. Now let's create that ping stuff. We need a OS module, right? And rotator, right? So for X in range 2, okay, we have 3 elements, but we will go up to 2. We will issue os.system and then actual ping of that specific IP. So plus next rotator. Right, I think we are fine. So let's run our script now, and yeah, there you go. You can also have, for example, some break here for simplicity reasons on the screen. Okay, times 50, and I think that will work. Right, so that's kind of cool. And if you want a little bit of pause, because this is too fast, like DOS, you will import time module, and that means that you can use pause. So for example, here we will have, or not here but after the operation, we will say time will go to sleep for 3 seconds and TLS, and that's it. And there you go. So that basically works. Now this is, you know, classical example and so on. So the question is, can you use this approach on dictionary? Well, let's see. So I will delete this example, okay, and then let's create one dictionary, like diction, and we'll use curly brackets, name of person, and actual data, Anastasia. Apparently I like her very much, so I don't know. Secure number and actual number, blah blah, who cares. So again we will create rotator. You can use whatever you like, and iter on diction. Okay, and after that let's print next from rotators, and result will be name. Okay, so next time when you call it, that will be name plus Anastasia. Oops, sorry, social security number. So when you are iterating, basically you will grab keywords, and if you go to 3 of them or 4 of them, whatever, the result will be stop iteration. So basically you will iterate over keywords. So let's do something silly here, like let's extract keys in a specific list, like we need that for something, I don't know. So kale of keys will be empty for now, and we have rotation, and then we will delete this. So for X in range 2, okay, we will add 2 keys with append the well, what's the term here? The next iterator, the next rotator. Okay, and after that we will print everything in key case. I think that will work, so let me see. Okay, so name and SSN, so that works. Now basically I'm hard coding pretty much stuff here, so I do know that we have two of the keys. Okay, so I'm using here just range 2 because I know that in the front. But you know, this is just a silly example, and what if you don't understand this, what we have done, so we have opened Blanco list with intention to grab keys. Okay, so this is name, pretty much self-explanatory. Then we are using iteration to like third hand to help us to grab these keys, like operation. And then in a for loop up to maximum number of keys, we are extracting those keys with the next and appending it to our list. And after that we are just printing it. So I mean, yeah, I mean, you can also type for x in diction keys. You can type that x and you will get the same result. But you know, it was a silly example, so in any case it works. So 8 minutes again, damn it, I tend to create long tutorials, I don't know. So, as always, thank you for watching, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn about modules, and this lesson is very important because modules are like external pile of source code with specific functionality that you can use. So either they're written by core developers from Python, or from you or from other programmers somewhere on internet. It is not important. You can use them and you can grab specific parts of them. Okay, so first let's create our simple module, the first one. So we will have some function here like my function, and that function will print something very simple for, well, simplicity reasons, like I am from external world. Okay, and let's save that as external. So the name of file will be external.py. You need to pay attention about that, right? And how to import this file into your major script. You will say, let me remove this, you will say import external. You will not say import my funcs, you will say import external, so name of your file without extension. You don't need to state that when you're importing stuff. So next question, how to use this function? Well, you will say external and then dot, and then you will call or state that function. And that will be pretty much it. So let's see what's up. There you go, that works. So what is the pseudo structure here? You will have base module, like module, and then dot, and then function from that external world. Right, so that's the base stuff. How to think about that? Well, let's say that this external is like a military base camp, and then this dot is kind of order from superiors, and then based on that order some soldier will go out and I don't know, do something specific, because soldiers do specific stuff based on their knowledge and so on, or based how in what kind of countries they live and what they do. Well, anyway, that's the politics, but I don't want to go there. So yeah, next thing, can you mix external and internal functions? Well, yes. So def local or one, okay, and then print, and then local stuff, okay, and local one, you will call that function, okay, and there you go, that work. So next question, can you use more modules? Well, yeah, that's the whole point. Okay, let's create another one, like save as, another one .py, and then, well, let me see. Let's print something directly here. Now, reason automatic, for example. Now, reason why I'm doing this is you must know that if something is directly done in an external file, in external module, that thing will automatically run in your primary script. So this is important for security reasons. If you are grabbing things from other people, they can put some kind of Trojan source code or something that can extract, for example, your personal information immediately, ping home and send some stuff like listing of your directory and so on, if you are not careful enough. I mean, yeah, Python source code is open in general. I mean, scripts of Python on internet, but still you need to be very cautious if you are just blindly using other people's stuff. So yeah, you will say, for example, import external and import what was the name of module? Another one. Okay, another one. Okay, so now when you run it, the result will be automatic and that thing will be executed immediately. So be very, very security cautious. Now also you can type import external and automatics, or what was the name? Damn it, I always forget this stuff. And I typed it like 3 seconds ago. Another one. Okay, so it's absolutely the same thing. So that will work. Now, next question. Is there a way to simplify this thing? I mean, do you need to type always name of module? And if name of module is long, I mean, that can be stupid. So yeah, you can have some kind of handle for module, like import external as ex. Okay, and then down there you will use that shortcut like ex, and you will call my function from that kind of handle, and that will work. So next question. Is there a way to extract only one thing from your module? Like you have 100 functions and you just want to grab only one? Well, yes. So this is our primary module external one, and down there we will have function number 2. Okay, and that function will do something different, like print something different. Okay, so you just wanna import this function. Okay, so let's see how to do that. You will say from external, okay, import function 1, and down there then you can use it directly. Check this out, function 1. Okay, and the result will be something different. So that basically means that if you have a file and it's a lot of functions in that file, you will say from that module import that specific function. That's the kind of pseudocode. Okay, so if you wanna grab only 2 of them, you can also use comma and let's say my funds, and that's that. So you can call it down there, and that will also work. See? So that's very, very cool. So in the next tutorial we will also talk about modules and practical ones from Python. So we will do a couple of examples, like not just pinging stuff but running another programs and some other modules, just to see what's up, because you have simple modules your own from other programmers, but you can also have very complicated ones from default Python installation, I mean from standard library, as they say. So anyway, thank you for watching, and see ya as always in the next tutorial. Hello YouTube, I'm on page for the Python standard library, so you can just type that in a Google or any other search engine and you will land probably here. So this page is full of links to modules, and modules, these modules are defined by Python community. Basically, they're full of functions that solve specific problems. For example, if you click on I don't know, let's say zip file module, okay, that module will help you to work with zip archives. So first you can start creating terminal applications, and then you can do some kind of graphical interfaces with Kinter and so on. So every of these lines basically is a new option that you can use. It depends, but basically is. So for example, let's go to OS module, you know that. So where is it? And yeah, so it's under generic operating system services, and if you go there, you will first find brief explanation what it is, and then down there you have piles of specific functions and explanations. So that is where you find more information about modules. Okay, for example, see this os.chdir. That means that when you issue this command will position, like virtually position you in that specific path. So, and then you can do something like directory listing, copy, pasting, I don't know, something like that. So let's actually do that. We need to import OS module. Okay, just a second. TLS. And then first we will say OS and then chdir, because that's what we need to say. Okay, it's in documentation. Right, so let me arrange this a little bit. I will try, but I don't know will I succeed. So maybe this will be enough. So see, path, we need to stay path where we will gonna land. And let's say that I wanna virtually land in a C, in a root. So this is how you will define path in a Windows, in a Python. So now when I execute this script, I will be there. Okay, so I mean virtually in a script I will be there. So how I know that? Well, let me explain. Immediately I will say os.system and dir. Now this dir command will be executed in a root of your drive, because we have positioned ourselves there with this line of code. So this is for positioning, and this is for actual command. So let's run our script, and there you go. So that's like your internal worker, your third hand, your helper or something. So same thing, for example, for, I don't know, let me see, times module. Okay, Control F and time. So remember when we were using sleep option? Okay, so let me find that. Okay, this path here, I mean command, it will suspend execution of the calling thread for the given number of seconds. That is important to note. These are not hours or minutes, seconds, and you will find that right here. So you know that, so I will not go there. But basically everything what we have used up till now, you can find more about that into documentation. Okay, so what is funny right now and also useful to use? Let me see. ftplib. Yeah, so this is FTP protocol client. So let's actually use it to get into some system out there. Don't worry, you will not break any law, just follow me. Okay, so first we will import ftplib, and then what we need to say is documentation is to define target. Okay, so just follow, you know, the examples here. They are using FTP, but I will say target, and then FTP, that's what you need to type. Okay, uppercase, and then target, and they're using FTP Debian. I don't know, will that work? If it doesn't work, I will just change target.org. Okay, and after that we need to say, when we establish connection, FTP servers demand login. So either you can log in with user and password if that system is kind of official, critical, internal, and so on, or you can get there anonymously. So see, they say user anonymous when you are using login with empty brackets. So let's use that. Target.login. So we have right now established not just communication, but we also established we are in a system as an anonymous user. So with this line, they're basically going to Debian directory on a server. So let's actually do that. So cvd means change working directory, and that's a command that needs to be issued on a side of server. And if you don't know that, don't worry, you will get that there over time. So the directory they're trying to hit is Debian. So Debian, and in the next line they are returning a listing. See, list directory contents. Okay, so only that directory here. So they will not go into subdirectories like recursive listing, just the primary listing, right? So target.return lines, and the list basically is a dedicated command on the side of server to do that, because server will execute that command and then it will return a result to client. So let's actually run this. I think it will work. Let me see. And yeah, clear screen. How to clear screen automatically? Okay, you need OS module, and then up here you will say os.system, and then you will say CLS. So right now I don't need to type here in the terminal CLS, because when I run the script that will be automatically done for me. Name FTP is not defined. Let me see what I'm missing here, sorry. Oh yeah, they're using this line, from FTP lib import FTP. Sure. So let me change that. From FTP lib import FTP, and down there we will switch to import OS, because I want this short command be on one dedicated line. So let me see what's up. Well, a socket operation was attempted to an unreachable network. So that's kind of stupid. Let's change target. Okay, let me find something out there. Just a second. FTP, I think that's the server. Yeah, FTP Sunet Swedish, I think, something like that. FTP sunet.se, and then anonymous login, that's fine. But I will just say return lines, because I don't know on top of my mind the structure in their root of server. So let's see, will that work? And that works. Excellent. So let me arrange this a little bit, and let's run it again. Clear screen, and there you go. So in the root of our system we have a couple of files, HTML and econ, favicon, whatever, and the robots.txt, and these are directories: about, cd image, conspiracy, mirror, and pub. So now let's issue another command in our script to change to pub directory, and then to do the listing, because maybe something interesting is there. So where I was, after login I will say target, and then change working directory, and I will say pub without slash here. I think that will work. So And after that, after we are there, we will execute a listing. So let's see what's up. And oh yeah, so I think that works. So that works. Now I don't want to go further because probably you want to mess around with your own connections or something. Just remember that you will find all these things that I have used in documentation. Login, change working directory, return lines, and so on. So let's actually do that. Return lines, control, and see. So you need to first import FTP uppercase and then dot and then specific operation or function or method, call it whatever. So you will use return lines, as the documentation says, in a combination with list or end list, and that basically means that you need to know the your target system. And when you are dealing with FTP, for example, you will probably want to establish like manual communication there through command prompt. So let's actually do that. I want you just to know this stuff, so let's do that manually. FTP is internal Windows simple client, and the target is ftp.sunet.se. Enter. Okay, so user anonymous, enter. Password will be whatever. It needs to be basically mail by standard, but a lot of people just use some text, some generic string. So login successful, right? So the first thing, let's see what kind of commands we have at our disposal, and to do that you will just say help in many cases. Okay, help, right? So the first command here is ls, and that is, well, probably Linux machine. Let me see if I can find that. Not status, but I think something like that. No, just a second. Well, I will just go with ls. Right. So remember, when we are talking about listing, there you go, absolutely same thing. So let's go manually into pub. Yeah, right, pub, and we are there. So directory successfully changed. So what's the next command? pvd means print working directory, and now we have it. We are in pvd, and then ls, and then you will get that same result basically, as we were using automated script, whatever. So basically, you know what I'm talking about. You can save you a lot of hours with one simple script. I mean, you can automatize so many things. So yeah, that will be pretty much it. As always, thank you for watching, and thank you for subscription and support. You can play around with many other modules inside of Python. You'll just need for, I don't know, couple of years. Yeah, Python is big. So see you next tutorial, and that's about it. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to read from textual files, external files. Well, obviously if they are different, they are external, right? Anyway, so let's create one really simple structure because it's easier to understand what we are doing. So first line and second line and third line, and that's pretty much it. So let's save it as something that I can remember because I'm relatively tired. txt, so source txt, right? So that's our kind of goal, objective of interest. Okay, so when you want to read the file, first you will use some kind of handle as an overall name of your operation, and after that you will always say open. It's not important if you are reading from file, appending to file, writing to file, or all over again. You will always use open, because first you need to open file and then do something with it. Okay, so after that, what's the target? Source.txt, which is in the same place where Python resides, so I don't need to state here full path. So after that, the second argument will be the mode of operation, and in this case R means for read, W means for writing, and A means as append. So let's not complicate our lives here, so we will just do reading. So how to read everything? You will say print f as a handle dot read, self-explanatory, and that will be pretty much it. So there you go. Now it is a smart idea to use some kind of step, because it's easier to understand, like all lines or something, or just result, and we will get that when we read our file, and then you can use it directly down there, and it's kind of easier on eyes, well, at least for me. So what if you want to read only specific number of characters? Well, the thing is that you will just use the same thing down there, but as argument you will pass that number of arguments, I mean characters you want to grab. So check this out first. And what will happen if you use couple of times this same line? Well, you'll have all kind of mess, and spaces are, remember this, they're also characters, so you will see them here like a real stuff, and they are real stuff. Now you'll probably say, well, is there any easier way, like can you use a for loop? Well, sure, you can say something like for x in range 3, because we have 3 lines, you can say print f read, and you will get same result pretty much. Now next thing, how to read line by line. Okay, so not couple of characters and not everything, just line by line, like matrix printer or any printer is printing line by line. So to do that, you will say print f dot read line, and then what the result will be, there you go, first line. If you repeat it a couple of times, either manually or as a part of loop, the result will be pretty much same, with one big difference is this new line. Now if you're messing, for example, with some logs from a firewall or any kind of report, maybe this can be a problem, you know, empty lines with millions of reports in a file. So yeah, I mean, you need to check basically what you're doing, to put it first on a piece of paper to see your options, and then use specific stuff from programming language. Okay, but if you type S at the end of read line, the result will be pretty much this, and this is list. So when you have a list, you have indexes, meaning you can grab individual positions and do something with them, like I don't know, put them into a report, into another script, into database, and so on and so on. So next thing is, well, let's actually do that. Let's put this into actual list, like a result of reading will go to, I don't know, res, okay, and then that will be list. How I know that? Well, print type of res, and result will be list. And when you have a list, you can say for x in res, you can say print that specific x, and then you will get those elements by position, like this. I mean, there is so many ways. And where is that useful? Well, If this source file contains actual IP addresses, that you can extract them and print them and pick them. So yeah, let's actually do that. Open source, where is that? Source. Right. So first thing will be this localhost and my router, and let's save it. So that's cool. Let me see, do I have any other editor? No. Okay, so when we read it, we need to, well, let's use this. Okay, for X in results, we will os.system ping and 1 and then plus that specific X, and I think that will work. Let me just see. Oh yeah, I need to import OS module, OS, and let me see, did I created some kind of mess? Oh yeah, so that will work, I think. Let me check the results, and let's introduce a little bit of pause so I can think. Sleep for 4 seconds, and we need a time module, so we also need one line here for easier results times 50. Oops, times 50. So let me see. And yeah, let's grab clear screen, like here, OS system TLS, for example, here. So we are pinging one address with one packet, then 5 seconds pause, and well, that will work. Funny stuff. Cool. Well, you can steal this source code, you can use whatever you like, but it will work. So yeah, I think that's pretty much enough for one tutorial. Next tutorial we will do actual, I don't know, writing to file. Yeah, so see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn how to add new content to file. So how to write and how to append, and there is a difference. So we will use here handle F as usual, and we will say open, and normally we will say what's the name of file that will be created, so external.txt for example, and the operation will be writing to file, so W, I think that's W in English, I think. So after that, the thing is that when you are creating your file, if you want to be 100% sure that content will end up in file, you will, after process of writing, you want to close your file with f.close. Okay, now we will not write anything to our file in this simple example here, just 2 lines, and that means that this file, because there is none at the moment, it will be created. So let's just observe what's gonna happen, but of course, silly me, I need to run our script. So no errors, and that's fine. And let's go to textual files, external, and there is nothing in that file, but it's created. So definitely use fclose even when you are reading, and I forget to tell you about that in the last tutorial. So definitely always use f.close. Now if you don't use that, there is a great chance that system itself will correct that, but don't rely on it, because if you have a lot of processes basically in your system, maybe system will skip some operations, so don't count on that 100%. So just use explicitly here fclose. Okay, so how to write to your file? You will say f.write, well, normal stuff, and then line 1, oops, line 1, and let's copy paste that down there a couple of times just for simplicity reasons. Okay, and let's run our script again. So here is a new thing. What will happen in result? You expect one line after another, right? Well, check this out. the lines are concatenated. That means that you need to say explicitly that you want to go to new line. So that's very important if you're doing some kind of reports or something in company or whatever you are doing. Okay, and now when we run our script, I also want you to pay attention to something. So remember, in the first pass we have line, second and third, 1, 1, 1, but let's change the content. And you will expect, for example, that we have that line in our file from the first pass, that you know, third one, second one, and so on. But this W here is 100% destructive. So all older content, existing content in the file will be totally overwritten. So it's like you have a new file. So yeah, let's run our script, and the result will be totally fine with the new lines one after another. Cool. Right. So next thing, if you want to append to file, the thing is really easy. So you will not say here append, because you are not appending to a list, you're appending to file. The thing is that right here you'll use lowercase alpha, a, or how the English people pronounce that. I think it's a. I always confuse that with a and e and I, and I don't know. So let's just run our yeah, let's also change this to new stuff, new file, for example, or stuff, because I want you to see that difference between writing and appending. So one pass, second pass, third pass, fourth pass, 5 pass. So right now we need to have 15 lines in our new file. Okay, where is it? New stuff, and there you go. Now of course you can use some kind of horizontal break here, but you know, I mean, this is not classical terminal report, this is just printing to file basically, so there is no actual need for that break, but sure, you can have it if you like it. Now let's use some plastic example here. Like for example, you have some list with colors, okay, and let's put something in it, like yeah, red and green and yellow. So objective will be to grab these individual what's the term, elements, and then let's append it to file. Or actually we will create another one which will be from list. Why not? Who cares? So what you need to say here is for loop for x in colors. Specific operation need to be done, and that is f dot write, and then that specific x. So now when you check your file, you will have needed result, but add here plus n, because you wanted that new line. Okay, so I think that everything is cool. Let's check our file. The name is what was it, from list, and there you go. So that works. So this is classical example. And so you can say, for example, you can grab IP addresses from here, then try to ping, for example, as an experiment, those addresses, and then try to extract the results of that pinging to file. And if you're confused, I have in my playlist for Python examples and tutorials that tutorial. So if you cannot handle it, just go there and check how I did it. But you know, just try to do that on your own, right? So I think that's pretty much it. Just think about, are you using W here or A? And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, not very, but relatively simple stuff even for beginners. Just please note, when you're writing, add here new line, and do use f.close or any other handle .close. So that's pretty much about it. And the next tutorial, well, I don't know, what I'm gonna talk about, but it will be probably something interesting, because I think that by my list, which is somewhere on the table, we have pretty much at the end of this playlist. But you know, I think that there will be yet another one tutorial, so we will see. So see you probably in the next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial objective will be to learn how to delete files and folders, and two types of folders, empty ones and with the content. Okay, so that's important to note. Now the targets will be empty one folder, not empty folder with some file here, I think, yeah. And I will use one txt and two txt textual files, obviously, here for experimentation. So we will use OS module to do that, and it is always nice idea to inform user that this kind of activities will happen. So print like a warning or something, so yeah, and some kind of header times 50, right? Always inform your user what's gonna happen. And the actual command is os remove, and you can find that in documentation. So what you need to pass here is one.txt normal name of file, and also 2.txt. But pay attention here, okay? Now this is how I hard-coded removal of files. It is always good idea to use some kind of checks, like you need to ask end user to enter yes via keyboard, or I don't know, for example, to enclose this into some kind of if statement, or even better to use try catch blocks, and we will learn about that in the next tutorial. So this is just the simplest possible scenario, so let's just run it. And there is no any kind of confirmation. That's why I said it's a kind of dangerous. You need to pay attention about message to user and how you can improve this, basically. So there is no textual files here anymore. Well, at least one.txt and 2.txt. So everything works. Now, how to delete empty folder? Well, let's actually do experiment on full folder, like rm-dir, and this is the actual function, remove directory, and folder will be non-empty one, because I want you to see some error here. Check this out. The system cannot find the file specified non-empty or not empty, whatever, sorry, not empty. Yeah, the directory is not empty, so this will be only used on empty directories. So let's switch that to empty, and operation will be successful. Let's check our folder, and there is none. So is there any other option that you can use? So yeah, that's unlink, and you can try that, but pay attention here. You need to have permissions to run this script. Okay, let me see. And the result will be pretty much error, like access is denied. So what you need to do is have access rights, and you can use also a high level shuttle module, and in shuttle module you have rm3 function or method, whatever. It will delete an entire directory tree and no questions asked, and that's it, like total aggressive removal of things. So let's actually do that. So we will import shuttle module. Okay, shuttle, and down there we will say shuttle, oops, like a shell utilities, okay, shuttle, and then, man, I need to go to sleep. I started to forget these things. rm3, okay, and now the result will be pretty much done. So yeah, there is not that folder. Anyway, I definitely need to go to sleep because my tongue is beginning to twist itself in some weird way. So in the next tutorial we will talk about try-catch blocks in Python, and they're helpful basically to secure our operations from, how to explain this, to all encompass all possible scenarios. Okay, so there will be also backup solution. If everything fails, there will be backup solution, but yeah, we're gonna definitely talk about that in the next tutorial. So anyway, thank you for watching and see you next one, and I need to go to sleep. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to check some operations using if statement and also using try except blocks. So remember, in the last tutorial I said that it's always nice to check dangerous operations. So let's actually do that. Let's create one file which will be our like a text example, some textual file. It's really not important. So delete me will be the name of that file. Okay, delete me txt. Okay, we need to remember that. I will probably remember that. Right. So import OS, because with OS we will remove our files. Now, some welcome message or warning or something. Script to delete or script to check removal of files, for example, and standard kinda line that I like to use because it reminds me of some old applications and so on. Right, so let me check if that is cool. Cool. Okay, if statement, if, and now we need to check if path is there, and if path is there, if file is there, we will do actual removal. So to do that we will use, as I said, OS module, and there is command there, path exists. You can go to documentation and check that, but I will just save ourselves a little bit of time here. So this means that this line of code will check if path exists, and then it will do something if it exists. Okay, now target of operation is delete me txt. So that's what we need to do. That's the major primary operation. After that, if there is a file there, we will print file is there. So the next thing will continue. Okay, and the next thing is os.actual removal command. So remove, and let's remove that file. Now I'm hard coding things here, but obviously you can grab it from list or from keyboard or something. It's totally up to you. This is just for simplicity reasons. So after we are done with removal of file, we will say print removal done. Okay, right. Now you need to have some kind of backup operation, and that will be under the else portion of if statement. And when you say else, that's like a final backup stuff, so you don't need to say basically anything here, like when you're doing with else if, elif. Okay, so else is like a final stuff, right? So if there is no file there, if it's already deleted, then you need to say something like this: print there is no that file there. Okay, so that's like a backup alternative. Okay, so I think everything is cool now, so let's just run our script. And before doing that, let's clear screen. It's nice. System TLS, and file is there. First pass, that's fine. Then operation of removal, and then everything is done. Removal done. So we are pretty much sure that there is no file there. So let's see textual files, and really there is no delete me file there. Right, so that's when you are using if-else kinda structuring. So let's use something smarter here, and that's a true block. Okay, this is what we need to do. Let's push this down there into some kind of big comment, because for reference, you know, if you want to copy paste something, I don't know, who cares. So how to start with true block? You will say try, and now operation that you're trying, and see how much stuff we need to write here. And in try block you will say just that operation, os remove that specific file txt, and that means that I need to create it, but that's easy. So that's the primary operation. Now if that fails, there must be some kind of message or alternative, and that will be except. So except is pretty much like else here, okay? But this is very nice way of securing your operations without using if statements, because you know, if statements are like for different checks, like for mathematical sum operations. Let's say if this number is bigger than this, then do that. But try except are like for real kind of operations, like dangerous one or serious one and so on. I mean, you will learn what to use when, but you know. Okay, variables mentally. Yeah, print. So if this fails, this will be activated, and we will print there is no file there. Okay, so let's create our file again, like delete me txt. Okay, that's cool. So now when we run our script, I think that everything will be nice, but we can also have some kind of message to user here, starting operation or something like that, I don't know. So let's run it. Starting operation, so probably the file is gone now, so let's check. Okay, textual files, and there is no delete me textual file. So that's cool. Now let's run our script again, and then this will be activated. Okay, see, there is no that file there, so that works. And I think that's a very easy example to understand. Now, is there a way to activate a specific action no matter what? So either if one of these is true, you still want a third thing to be activated, 100% sure. So to do that, you will use finally, and that's like a top priority backup alternative that will be always executed 100% of times, right? So let's say that will be running off or some program, I don't know, I'm just, you know, using here something silly, but it can be whatever you like. It can be, for example, you know, custom socket information for another router server on internet that will you know, send you email or something, I don't know. So yeah, like a backup, ultimate backup alternative. So I will just say system, and I'll, you know, open calculator, I don't know. Okay, so there is no that file there, but let's run our script again, and then you will still get that message, but you will also have your calculator opened, and there you go, it works. Now some people will say, well, how am I sure that this will also work in this case? How I know that? Well, let's create, you know, again that file, like I don't know, delete me txt. Okay, and now we have our file, and check this out. Starting operation, there is no file anymore, and we have our calculator. Alright, so let's check if there is a file there. No. So that's kind of cool. Now 9 minutes tutorial, well, I think it's decent because we have done if operation, and we have learned that to try except finally blocks and so on. So yeah, you can practice a little bit, and don't worry if you don't understand everything on first, you know, you will learn that over time. But this is very useful, very handy. Sure, in the beginning you can use if blocks, but it's totally up to you. Now well, sure, you can, for example, practice by deleting multiple files from list, or you can grab it from textual file, or yeah, something like that, you know. Now I'm gonna end this playlist here because 41 tutorial is pretty much enough to get you into basics of Python. So everything from now will be either practicing this primary stuff or using advanced operations like sockets and networking and FTP and regular expressions and cryptography and so on. So that's kinda, you know, advanced, but you definitely need to practice this basic stuff. So from now on, I will probably continue to push examples, Python examples, into a dedicated playlist which is on my YouTube channel. The name is Python examples and tutorials and so on. So yeah, congratulations, 41 tutorial is a decent amount of things. And yeah, as always, thank you for watching, thank you for support and being with me all this time. There will be a lot of tutorials, especially on Python on this channel, and we'll see how big we will grow. And my idea is just to, up till end of this year, to have at least let's say 400 tutorials on PHP, JavaScript, MySQL, C++, object-oriented C++, some advanced CSS solutions and so on. But the most of the time we will talk about Python because I really love it, and probably OpenBSD because I really love it. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up, take a little bit of rest, you know, and as always, see you next tutorials.